in the quiet embrace of the unknown, where ancient tales of the sea weave into the daily fabric of our understanding. Islands rise and fall, challenging the maps we trust. Stranded for X days on islands that shouldn't exist invites you into the haunting worlds of true castaways, where the line between reality and myth blurs. From the solitary endurance of Alexander Selkirk, who defied nature on a barren terrain, to lands etched in memory, yet evacuated by the tides, these stories are not merely of survival, but of revelation. Sit back, relax, and let us navigate these forgotten shores together. In the stillness of twilight, when the barriers between worlds grow thin, let us journey across the vast ocean to a place where time and space weave tales of solitude and endurance. In the early years of the 18th century, nestled within the currents of history, lies the story of Alexander Selkirk, a man whose life was sculpted by the lonely whispers of the sea. Born in 1676 in the humble village of Lower Largo, Scotland, Selkirk was destined to stride beyond the ordinary into a legacy of maritime legend and introspection. As a sailor, he found his spirit tied to the fickle embrace of the ocean, his character both brash and daring, a perfect reflection of the turbulent seas he traversed. His journey took an unexpected turn when he found himself aboard the Cinque Ports, a ship bound for adventure and chaos. Selkirk's spirited nature clashed with authority, leading him to choose isolation over acquiescence. With a bold decision propelled by both wisdom and folly, he found himself marooned on Maza Tierra, a solitary island lost amidst the endless blue of the South Pacific. Yet, Selkirk's tale is more than mere survival. It is a testament to the quiet encounters between man and the mysteries of nature. The island, now known as Robinson Crusoe Island, stands as a sentinel of silence and mystery. To the eyes of many, it was a forsaken rock, a land devoid of fresh water and unkind to the uninitiated. Yet Selkirk, thrust into its heart, discovered a world filled with secrets held beneath its rugged facade. Rugged cliffs rose protectively against the relentless push of the sea, and verdant patches of life whispered stories of survival to those willing to listen. Hidden springs revealed themselves to him, offering not just sustenance, but insights into the metaphysical curiosities of existence. As days became nights, Selkirk's physical struggles birthed an unexpected inner transformation. Armed with little more than a musket, some gunpowder, a hatchet, a Bible, and his tenacity, he faced the island's harsh embrace. Here, in the cradle of isolation, he found an unlikely ally in the island's solitude, molding the raw elements of the earth into a sanctuary of self-realization. Building huts for shelter and taming goats for sustenance, Selkirk fashioned a humble yet harmonious existence. He became attuned to the island's rhythm, learning to dance alongside its varied moods, each wave a note in the symphony of survival. Amidst the solitude, a profound stillness swept over his days. Free from the relentless clamor of civilization, Selkirk was granted the rare gift of introspection. Each gentle breeze, every rustling leaf, invited him into a dialogue with the cosmos, awakening a deeper understanding of nature's intrinsic truths. In silence, he found companionship, a symphony composed of the stars and the tides, each note a reminder of nature's enduring grace and wisdom. The barren island unfurled its secrets, revealing a depth unseen by those who only skimmed the surface. Streams wound through hidden valleys, their waters murmuring ancient tales of civilizations past. Selkirk, once a stranger, became intertwined with this landscape, forming a bond that bordered on the mystic. His was an expedition not just through physical terrain, but within the inner sanctums of the soul, where every shadow harbored a lesson, every sunrise a revelation. In communion with the silence that wrapped around him, Selkirk underwent a metamorphosis. The absence of human voices allowed him to tune into the celestial harmonies that filled the void. His exile turned from punishment to pilgrimage, forging a path toward enlightenment through the quiet strength of the island. He touched the fringes of spiritual insight, his solitude revealing timeless truths about identity and existence. As his story is woven into the island's essence, we ponder the mysteries held within its depths. How did the island choose to confide in him, to nurture him within its embrace? Such questions linger, inviting us to explore the veiled connections between man and the world he inhabits. Selkirk became a custodian of knowledge, wrapped in esoteric whispers, his solitude a vessel carrying the lessons of a land steeped in myth. After 4 years adrift in isolation's embrace, an unexpected vessel appeared on the horizon. The English ship Duke, under the command of Woodes Rogers, marked an end to Selkirk's durance on the isle. As he stepped aboard, to be ferried back to the thrumming heartbeat of society, his spirit bore the indelible mark of solitude's wisdom. The cacophony of civilization was a stark contrast to the serene symphony that had once surrounded him. Selkirk's tale, etched in time, found its way into the imagination of author Daniel Defoe. The tale of Robinson Crusoe emerged, a fictional journey woven from the threads of Selkirk's reality. Crusoe's trials mirrored Selkirk's odyssey, exploring the sublime interplay between solitude and survival, redemption and rediscovery. Within Defoe's narrative, these themes transcended mere fiction, capturing the universal quest for meaning amidst the inexorable flow of time. Through the fictional Crusoe, Selkirk's life is resurrected, casting light on the enduring strength of human spirit. The story dances gracefully on the edge of reality and myth, its melody resonating with the primordial longing for connection and understanding. It is a reflection, not only of one man's experience, but of the delicate dance between the tangible and the transcendental. The legacy of Robinson Crusoe Island whispers across the seas, its presence a monument to the exploration of the human soul. Today, this remote speck in the ocean continues to draw those who seek to unravel its mysteries, to walk in the footsteps of a solitary mariner who bore the weight of introspective revelation. From these shores, Selkirk's spirit reaches out, a timeless bridge uniting the past with the soul's eternal search for wisdom. Selkirk's story invites us to ponder the delicate threshold where truth flows into fiction, where personal trials become universal narratives. It resonates with the echoes of humanity's intrinsic yearning for self-awareness, for the kind of understanding that solitude brings. Selkirk's tale is a door into a realm where the mind confronts the vastness of existence, illuminating the threads woven through the fabric of being. In deep reflection, we find stories that transcend mere survival, becoming beacons of resilience and renewal. Selkirk's journey beckons us to consider our own paths, to delve into the quiet spaces within, where the symphony of solitude sings its truths. Through these tales, we glimpse a world of interconnectedness, where the whisper of the wind and the rhythm of the waves reveal the mysteries of life. As we drift back from this contemplative voyage, we carry with us the enduring philosophies birthed from Selkirk's solitude. His insights echo through time, a testament to the unfathomable wisdom found in silence. They linger in air, a gentle reminder that within the embrace of solitude lies not emptiness, but the infinite wonders of the universe awaiting discovery. And so we find ourselves in the gentle clasp of this eternal narrative, forever touched by the quiet wisdom of a single life, intertwined with the magnificent embrace of the sea and sky. In the vast, shimmering expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a peculiar enigma slowly unfurls, a tale wrapped in the fog of maritime history, lost amidst waves and whispers. Here, between Australia and New Caledonia, the ghost of Sandy Island has lingered in the folds of human curiosity for more than a century. First etched into nautical maps in the late 19th century, this mysterious isle became a fixed point of both allure and confusion, a beacon alight with the enigma of the unknown, haunting the navigational paths of sailors and explorers, all of whom sought a concrete brush with its phantom shores. As one would navigate these deep blue waters, Sandy Island's presence in cartographic records stood as a steadfast companion amid the swirling uncertainties of sea voyages. Yet its elusive nature raised questions about human perception and the unseen forces that dwell within the folds of our world. Was Sandy Island merely a cartographic error perpetuated through time and tales? Or did this spectral form hint tantalizingly at deeper forces, perplexing scientists and mapmakers alike, teasing the boundaries of what we perceive and what we seek to understand? In the grand realm of cartography, where fact and fiction often intertwine amidst ink and paper, Sandy Island underscores a time when maps were less empirical documents and more interpretive murals of discovery and imagination. The reputed existence of Sandy Island is a poignant reminder of an age when the unknown textures of our world outpaced our understanding, where imagination contorted itself into the contours of reality, blurring the edges between the observed and the imagined. Mariners, the valiant voyagers who braved these vast, unpredictable seas, provided the perceived form of Sandy Island, their accounts weaving tales of an island glimpsed on the horizon, a mirage of sand and scant vegetation rising from the depths. Like ghostly apparitions, sightings swirled into consensus among seafarers, establishing this mirage within the fabric of collective belief, binding them to the conviction of its tangible existence in open waters. Yet, amidst poetic sails and celestial navigation, human perception remains fraught with folly. Over the endlessly undulating ocean waves, mirages and reflections dance, forming illusions of land from sea and sky, teasing explorers with dim shapes and fleeting silhouettes. The equivocating interplay between expectation and reality reveals the capriciousness of human sight and the mysterious depth of perception's influence upon the mind's map, ultimately weaving the lore surrounding Sandy Island, inviting endless ponderings on the intricate dance between perception and reality. In an era defined by profound quests for truth and meaning, the allure of Sandy Island proved irresistible not only to explorers of yore, but also to modern-day scientists driven to demystify its ghostly legend. In the 21st century, equipped with the most advanced instruments of discovery, a select group of researchers embarked beyond the horizon to the enigmatic coordinates inscribed by navigators of the past. They voyaged aboard the RV Southern Surveyor, riding the vast ocean canvassed by the allure of answers, void, and substance, both laying claim to this enigmatic territory. Their efforts to locate the island culminated in stark revelation. Not an inch of land, only the gentle swells of the sea stretching endlessly beneath an open sky, which perhaps held its own invisible lines connecting stories told through generations. Sandy Island's absence deepened the enigmatic shadows that wandered through the textures of imagination and realization, sparking discourse on matters reminiscent of the spirit's quest to peer beyond the veil of common day. It whispered to thinkers of old that there exist phenomena beyond the grasp of even our modern instruments, phenomena as old as the silences lurking beyond mountains and stars. The resolute yearning in the heart of the voyage echoed across time itself, as if whispering truths drawn from spaces unknown. To understand Sandy Island's mysterious non-existence, one must delve into the art of historical cartography, the deliberate dance of shapes and places sketched upon the shimmering veil of uncertainty. Early sailors, perhaps bewitched by the play of clouds along the horizon, or misled by the subtle, deceptive froth of shifting currents, chartered and transformed this drifting vision, their observations securing a place of permanence within maritime lore, a permanent placement on maps for posterity. Modern technology, our eyes among the stars, has unwrapped the veils once obscuring these sights, rendering mythical lights into truths stark and immutable. The revelation of Sandy Island as but a mirage underscores the evolving relationship between mysterious past and empirical present, gently urging humanity toward understanding not merely through scientific advancement, but in acknowledging equally the folklore and dreams that once defined the edges of known horizons. The process of removing Sandy Island from maps prompts a cultural pause, an introspective moment, acknowledging the intertwined dance of imagination and exploration, redirecting the scholarly gaze to concepts lying hidden beyond perceptions, inviting the dreams of humanity to veil themselves again in other mysteries not yet transformed to fact. Yet as cartography's canvases evolved under the lights of technology, Sandy Island's ghost revealed anew the tantalizing whispers of phantom islands. These ethereal lands, suspended in the interstices of myth and reality, wove themselves into the narrative of our maritime history, silently unwrapping the delicately spun tales of hope, caution, and discovery. These are stories not merely of navigational maps, but of the human spirit itself, forever drawn to the siren song of territories yet to be understood. For the sailors navigating the formidable breadth of this blue tapestry, Phantom Islands were more than mere places mapped upon terrain. They came to represent fulcrums balancing destiny and untempered courage. The stories spun through the restless nights at sea, wrapped seafarers in rich tapestries of hope and challenge, manifesting tangible interpretations of their shared journeys. The dance with unknown shores mirrored their internal quests, to survive, to discover, and ultimately, to embrace the shadowy interface between myth and truth. Beyond the pragmatic realm of rational examination, Sandy Island stepped into the broader, metaphorical significance of belief and the psychological musings entwined with perception. It's a testament to enduring human imagination, a belief that hybridity between reality and illusion might itself hold deeper truths. With each mapping, the myth of Sandy Island explores the mutable nature of belief, reflecting how oft-accepted truths can persist even against the tides of contrary evidence, each generation grappling with the contours and bounds of belief as an intricate mirror to the tenor of the human quest for understanding. This knowing and unknowing represent the power of mythos, shaping how societies and individuals perceive the world, advocating interpretations and activities forged not in single-minded rational thought, but in symphonic cognition, synchronizing dreams and convictions. Sandy Island becomes a reflection on the subtle intrigues interlaced within our ambiguous perceptions, mapping a poet's journey across oceans as history's spectral prism casts a palette voicing humanity's age-old pursuit of enlightenment. Here, within this tangled interplay, myth-making accomplishes its tender, timeless dance. Sandy Island, like other tales of spectral lands adrift in imagination, conjoins history's shared vestibules of wonderment with frontier-pushing acts of discovery. These fables, as varied as the voices recounting them, bear witness to our timeless pursuit of bridging known knowledge with the dream of realms beyond current comprehension, enriching our landscape with philosophical depth and cultural continuity amidst the vibrant whitelist of exploration. Sandy Island as a cultural beacon invites introspection on human merging within coherent beliefs enkindled by travel's eternal ache, manifest in seafaring ballads of elusive havens and transcendent encounters. Cultural dimensions of Phantom Islands touch deeply into the essence of societal storytelling, full of utopian phantoms, lost civilizations, and the intrinsic quest for discovery amid the waves of mystery persisting within the shared human spirit. In literature and media, Sandy Island ripples forth, its narrative casting shadows into the artistic tapestry, an alluring siren crooning the boundless exploration tales that captivate our hearts and spark our imaginations. It dances amidst the pages of tales spun by writers who conjure scenes reflecting universal themes, perception rendered tangible, mapping new horizons in our very souls. The stories surrounding Sandy Island incite philosophical conversations bridging our primeval quests and imaginative renderings, transcending traditional notions of empirical discovery. For beyond these chimerical shores lies engagement with genuine, embodied discovery. Sandy Island's tale inspires contemplation beyond fixed geographical coordinates or measured nautical miles, challenging the very substance of what defines place and what endures in the whirls of shared imagination. This enigmatic island beckons researchers, poets, and dreamers alike to weave together the intricate pattern of narratives sprung from the mind's yearning to explore and reconcile the visible with the veiled. Philosophically, Sandy Island presents a lesson in forging understanding of truth, extending beyond empirical frontiers and technological advances to encompass the complex human drive to know, to question, and explore. It reconciles inherent desires coiling within our relationship to what might yet emerge from mysterious domains, bridging spiritual landscapes and measured maps with existential latitude expanding beyond what eye and machine can tally. For each generation of mariners, it wears the textures of legend, whispering its evasive truths to those driven onward towards unperturbed unknowns, inspiring introspection on the nature of human passion and quest, illuminated in maritime lore. The journey of Sandy Island inspires continuous reflection, celebrating the poet's radiant sanctuaries within storied maps, and engaging perpetual thoughts on the frontiers left to navigate as we search the stars beyond tomorrow's horizon. In the enchanting vastness of the South Pacific lies Ata Island, a shrouded landmass lost to time's embrace, with stories that have floated like whispers through the archipelagos of Tonga. In 1965, a tale of resilience that would be forever sewn into the tapestry of survival quietly began to unfold upon its deserted shores. For over a century, Ata had been abandoned, its rugged terrain and untouched wilderness left to weave their mysteries beneath the wide azure skies. A place known only to those few adventurous souls and scholars who relished in the forgotten chapters of Earth's narrative, Ata's very existence was an enigma, a shadowy presence in the collective memory of Tonga. This island, distant from the pathways of the civil world, radiated an aura of foreboding and allure, lingering at the edge of awareness like a haunting melody only half remembered. Into this forgotten sanctuary sailed 6 young Tongan boys, thrust unwittingly into history's folds after being shipwrecked far from their familiar homeland. These youthful castaways would embark on a journey of endurance, their story unfolding as a testament to the unconquerable spirit nestled within human souls. On this remote island that even time had seemingly forsaken, they found not only sanctuary, but also a stage upon which the saga of their transformation would gracefully unravel. As our narrative meanders, like a slow river through ancient lands, we shall delve into the island's forgotten past, the trials that assaulted the boys' spirits, and the miniature society they carefully constructed amidst nature's vast, echoing solitude. With youthful exuberance, the 6 lads, mere teenagers at the time, set their vessel afloat from the shores of Tongatapu. In their hearts burned the excitement of adventure, and with this fiery vigor, they sought a temporary escape from the constraints of daily life. The ocean, its vastness both familiar and respected, beckoned with an allure that promised freedom and exploration, a sacred journey that millions have undertaken to commune with the pulse of nature. Yet, as it is often the case in the tales told by time, fate held a treacherous card under its sleeve. A storm, relentless and furious, arose from the depths of the ocean's breath. It bore down upon their fragile vessel, each wave a roaring leviathan desiring to devour their aspirations, the winds keening like banshees. In this celestial arena of elements, their fragile boat was reduced to a mere pawn, tossed by uncaring hands. Thus, their voyage turned toward unknowable horizons, toward Ata Island, a realm of both dream and nightmare, caught in the throes of the relentless open sea. As the tempest released its fury upon them, the boys clung desperately to their disintegrating ark. Night flowed into dawn, unveiling Ata Island as a distant silhouette, both untamed and shadowed, rising defiantly against the horizon. The island loomed, majestic in its ancient solitude, both daunting and bizarre to eyes unaccustomed to its beauty. Stranded upon its alien shores, they found the landscape impossibly familiar yet overwhelmingly foreign, a canvas painted with elements of rugged cliffs, fathomless silence, and relentless breakers. The island began to reveal itself, not only as a refuge but also as a chapter in the boys' unexpected odyssey. Its surface was unforgiving yet promising, as harsh cliff faces gave way to verdant patches, vaunting life and sustenance hidden within their folds. The boys, unaware of Ata's stories of abandonment, embraced the reality that fate had dealt. They were alone, cast upon this isle to draw strength from their unity and shared resolve. Ata's serenity would come to reshape them, casting bonds as strong as any wrought from civilization's fires. But survival demanded more than resolve. It called for immediate action, a dance with the land's offerings and challenges. The castaways faced an unyielding need for collaboration, and the pooling of knowledge gathered from their upbringing amidst the resonant tones of island life. With a budding awareness of time's passage marked by sunrises and the sea's pulsating rhythm, the construction of rudimentary shelters became a sacred ritual. Palm leaves and vines, gifts from nature herself, transformed into sanctuaries against the elemental forces. Discovery shaped their days. Learning to read nature's cues and heed her warnings became part of their pedagogy. As the reality of Ata's hidden abundance became apparent, ingenuity led their way to sustenance. Feral chickens roamed, left by those who came before, and the bounty of fruit-bearing trees offered essential nutrition. Patiently, they scavenged and hunted, gradually structuring basic survival into an existence that melded seamlessly with the island. Together, the boys created a microcosm of society, a delicate balance born of necessity. Roles were delineated, each member embracing a fundamental part in their shared prosperity. Like the threads of an intricate weaving, labor and understanding intertwined beautifully, forming a cohesive whole where unity became their backbone. Daily tasks were filled with purpose, gathering sustenance, shelter maintenance, and tending to a fire that flickered as both a beacon of comfort and hope. Their communal experience forged a cradle of cooperation, one where each contribution was vital to their thriving amidst nature's embrace. Yet, even amidst their newfound camaraderie, the shadows of solitude stretched ominously. The psychological toll of isolation loomed silent and profound, challenging the fabric of their spirits. Removed from the comforting expanse of community and family, the castaways found themselves grappling with inner landscapes uncharted and raw. The quiet of Ata could become deafening, a symphony of silence that threatened to erode resilience. Here, however, within the shared human experience, inner strength unfurled its gentle wings. Bonds deepened as shared trust and camaraderie acted as shields against despair. Through stories and laughter, nightly discourse and shared silence, the young adventurers navigated the tides of mental isolation, an odyssey into collective introspection, wherein each soul became a mirror to the other. Ata, in its isolation, inadvertently schooled them in the art of self-discovery, bolstering them with unity's resilience against the vastness of the void. Inherently, they began to weave ancestral wisdom into their survival tapestry, drawing upon the intrinsic knowledge that their forebears had passed down in whispers through the generations. Old traditions of resourcefulness were reassessed and reinvented, leading the boys to find ways of living that resonated with their inner truths. The craft of fish trapping and the versatile use of coconuts transcended simple subsistence, morphing into lessons in cultural rediscovery and spirited innovation. Ata herself morphed into a teacher, her ecosystem a reflection of the broader complexity of life. Lessons came alive in the rhythms of weather, the patterns of abundance, and the season's slow dance. New chapters in their unwritten survival curriculum emerged with every success and failure, a series of epiphanies that wandered like leaves carried by the breeze, leading to a growing understanding of the symbiotic dance between human endeavor and nature's wisdom. In their solitude, the boys found themselves drawn towards spiritual explorations that transcended mere survival. Inward journeys began, where questions of identity and purpose flared vibrantly against Ata's timeless backdrop. The island's eternal presence became a serene sanctuary for reflection, a quiet host to unspoken conversations about the interconnected threads of life and existence. Above and beneath the harsh environment's surface stirred a delicate appreciation for human life's complexity and interconnectedness. Here, mysticism entwined itself invisibly with every sunrise, painted itself within every tide's retreat. Within Ata's embrace, the castaways dared to explore the subtleties of these connections, finding strength in spiritual truths that harmonized visions of the cosmos and their place within it. Certain forces remained untamed and fierce, the primeval elements of wind, water, and sun. These forces tested both physical endurance and existential resolve. Ata's unpredictable weather patterns wove complex challenges, each storm and sunbeam requiring harmony between fortitude and adaptation. But for every elemental duel won, insight emerged, a deeper understanding of resilience underpinned by unity. In moments when torrents ebbed and nature's austere vision reinstated peaceful supremacy, whispers of victory echoed softly. Never did they emerge unchanged. Underneath the rhythms of every passing gale lay lessons in strength and tenacity. Each wind, each wave etched an indelible mark, preparing the surviving spirit to brave life's relentless tempest even with primitive tools in hand and instinct as their guide. Thereby, the bonds of a unique community fortified them. These shared trials deepened mutual connections, fostering warmth in friendship that blossomed amidst necessity. Laughter and companionship served as salves for psychological weariness, offering a grounding note in the symphony of individuals interconnected in survival's grand composition. In Atta's isolated theater, the absence of innovation's modernity ignited ever-fervent creativity, a dance with nature's resources, where each tool and contrivance became a testament to human ingenuity. Fish traps and structures crafted from island riches bore witness to the boys' seamless adaptation. Their unfolding mastery emerged from necessity, blending imagination and practicality in acts both purposeful and visionary. As chapters turned on this island's unfinished narrative, echoes of ancestors past grew louder. Rituals and symbols unfurled with poetic grace, connecting the youth to Tonga's vibrant cultural memory. Beneath the stars' glimmer and beside fire-lit altars of their creation, the boys crafted new symbols echoing ancient customs. Reverent harmony enveloped them as past and present converged, reaffirming a shared journey that wove together the sacred continuity of human experience. Amidst their trials, adaptability rooted itself tenaciously within each youth, becoming an intrinsic trait. Every shift of circumstance, each facet of adversity, unearthed possibilities for growth and self-discovery beyond static certainty. No longer did the unknown provoke trepidation. Rather, it painted a tableau of infinite potential upon imagination's horizon. Within Atta's rigors, the boys grew, each in silence and symphony with the island's own undulations. Preserving the connections to their home and heritage proved a vital light in the gloom of isolation. Stories and songs stitched together memories of Tonga, offering continuity between time-worn traditions and new realities. Cultural essence intertwined with survival, becoming a lodestar guiding their striving, transforming it into an irreplicable legacy. In Atta's embrace, the vibrant recall of home anchored and lent strength to renew the spirit against the realm's challenges. Here, faith emerged as both a compass and haven. Within capacious silences and nature's grand oratorios, a spiritual examination begun in solitude unfurled beautifully. Beneath the providence of celestial bodies and whispers of ocean winds, enlightenment intertwined with faith, transcending creed to embrace serenity in life's vast unpredictability. Here, among the stars' gentle guardianship, deep connections took root as belief nurtured resilience within both seen and unseen realms. Thus did the saga of the Atta Island castaways find its place on the continuum of survival, as narratives woven from breath, spirit, and mystery often do. A testament to the unyielding beauty of human perseverance, where life thrived amid the enigma of forgotten geographies, shaped by both nature's whispered intentions and the resolute hearts of 6 young souls who dared to voyage beyond their familiar horizon. In the haunting whispers of the Pacific Ocean lies Floriana Island, a jewel in the Galapagos archipelago that carries the weight of not just evolutionary wonders, but mysteries that echo through time. This land, a sanctuary of unique flora and fauna, holds secrets wrapped in human ambition and the shadows of lives that sought refuge from the modern world. The 1930s painted Floriana as a stage for a dramatic unfolding of human dreams, utopian desires that quickly dissolved into a quagmire of unforeseen conflicts and disappearances, leaving an indelible mark on the mystique of the island. The saga begins with Dr. Friedrich Ritter and his partner, Dora Strauch, pioneers who embarked on a journey from Berlin to the Galapagos in 1929. Driven by dreams of building an Edenic existence untarnished by the industrial trappings of Western civilization, they envisaged a haven where Nietzschean ideals coalesced with natural primitivism. On the rugged edges of Ecuador's marine expanse, Ritter and Strauch hoped to craft an existence free from societal chains, purified by the elemental forces of nature. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the verdant isle awaited with tests both of nature and of unforeseen human complexity. With initial vigor, the pair cast themselves into the island's wild embrace, weaving dreams into the fabric of this untouched world. Despite the intimacy of their adventure laying the groundwork for a new beginning, they were soon ensnared in the web of isolation that colored all with shades of conflict. The letters they exchanged with their former lives back in Germany painted scenes not of serene escape, but of discord unspooling under the weight of solitude as disputes wore away the lustrous sheen of their idealistic pursuit. The solitude they longed to transform into sanctuary was in its infancy when, in 1931, the island received more seekers. In this theater of isolation, the Wittmer family arrived. Heinz and Margaret Wittmer, driven by a quest to heal their son and flee their own past shadows, landed with hope-pocketed aspirations. Their arrival marked the start of a micro-community, bound initially by the clandestine hopes of a pristine life, yet fated to unravel into threads of envy and quarrels. What was once a refuge for utopian visionaries gradually evolved into a battleground of human desires. A tangled web spun from the threads of ambition, resources, and the fracturing mirage of collective aspiration. As personalities clashed and ideologies collided, the collective dreamscape of harmony gave way, birthing elements of friction and rivalry overshadowing any semblance of unity. The fluctuating rhythms of this miniature society mirrored the tumultuous tides that encircled their remote dominion. Into this delicate tableau strode Eloise Verborn de Wagner-Bosquet, known as the Baroness, in 1932. A figure as compelling as she was disruptive. Accompanied by her entourage, Robert Philipson and Rudolf Lorenz, the Baroness presented herself as a storyteller amidst a script not of her making, one drawn from visions of island luxury far removed from the subsistence-focused intents of her fellow denizens. With dazzling ambition and a flair for the theatrical, her presence transformed the island into a stage rife with discord, her grandiose projects fanning the simmering tensions into conspicuous flames. Her proposed creation, a glamorous hotel, became the pivot upon which island life spun into conflict. With the island's inherent ruggedness and scarcity as its backdrop, her pursuits clashed with the humble visages of life's necessities the settlers maintained. Mutual suspicion brewed amidst allegations of territorial encroachment and accusations of deceit, with the already fragile fabric of community becoming rent by burgeoning tempests of human emotion. Within the span of mere years, the mystery surrounding Floriana's enigmatic circumstances reached a culmination in narrative depth, with the Baroness's own sudden disappearance in 1934. The island awoke to the absence of her presence, and that of Philipson, as if the morning mist had simply carried them away. Claims arose recounting their departure for Tahiti, yet without the substance to affirm or dispute. In their absence lingered only silence, heralding an era of speculation and mythography that cloaked further truths or lies in yet more layers of uncertainty. The tale of Floriana deepened further with the sudden passing of Friedrich Ritter, cast by fate, cruel or otherwise, into life's final act by the taste of carelessly cooked chicken. This death, conceived in irony, for a vegetarian to fall victim to a meat unwelcomed on his palate, further fueled the specter of suspicion and causality that hovered over the island. The intellectual energies and life aspirations of Ritter, forever entangled with theories of ethic and esoteric pursuits, left behind lingering whispers now entwined with elements of tragedy and contemplation. In the wake of such upheaval stood Dor Strauch, a lone survivor amidst the ebb of collective destiny. Her words and reflections, minted in ink upon the pages of memory, offered an intimate gaze into the psychological landscape painted by hopes pursued amid the harsh realities of island life. Her accounts, rich with the introspection that solitude invoked, provided glimpses into communal human endeavors, suddenly colliding with primal struggles for individual survival. As if tasked with bearing witness to the evolution of dreams into turbulent recollections, Strauch's writings encompassed the gamut of nostalgia and critique, compelling readers into reflections of their own. Against Floriana's contrasting hues of human ambition versus nature's omnipotent mystery, her words became a testament to humanity's attempt to wrest understanding from the chisel of solitude within an environment that mirrored the frailties and glories within. Amidst the many strands of Floriana's narrative tapestry, it is the Whitmer family's journey that endures, as they transitioned from pioneers of bewildering prospects to architects of sustainable presence. Weathering both stormy circumstances and the island's untamed rhythms, their lineage persists today, their contributions woven into the broader fabric of human history, portrayed through tourism and familial stories. Where they sought healing and simplicity, they cultivated enduring legacies of adaptability within natural cycles and temporal spaces of resilience. The story of the island and its inhabitants continues to weave its spell, as scholars and seekers remain enticed by the unresolved lore echoing from Floriana's shores. Together, they thread through sagas, weaving insights with tendrils of fiction and truth, as metaphors unfold into frameworks of understanding isolationism, utopian ambition, and human endeavor. Floriana, cloaked in enigma, constantly invites deeper explorations that traverse not just geography, but uncharted realms of the human spirit. Beyond the tragic allegories, the meticulous art of storytelling surrounding Floriana extends its impact onto the pages of culture. Inspiring literature, film, and art, the island's nuanced dramas have infused broader discourse with reflections on the intrinsic elements of human experience. Here, narrative threads between modernization's bravado and tradition's subtle urgencies, rendered into expressive canvas, continue to captivate the perceptions of varied audiences. This landscape of longing and inquiry perpetuates a quest not of answers, but of illumination amidst the currents of intermingled shadow and light. At the heart of Floriana's tale lies a mirror intricately designed, reflecting not just the angst and aspiration contained within its bounds, but luminous facets of our broader human condition. The island's occupants, bound as they were by the constraints of both dream and dread, embarked on life pathways that unveil questions, opening dialogues on aspiration, conflict, and the eternal dance with destiny. These paths that traverse between illusion and reality reveal our intrinsic pursuit: to comprehend life's complexities, to seek unbounded beauty amid life's uncertainties, to find perhaps solace. Floriana, with its mysterious flares as a portal of contemplative refrains, symbolizes the notion of countless journeys, unfolding as reflections on the perpetual quest to harmonize ideals within the delicate web of human intention. For those who voyage on its lyrical ruminations, the island offers not only impressions within the spaces of its intricate topography, but resonates as an ethereal muse to interpret nature's unsung verses in concert with humanity's ongoing symphony of exploration. In the heart of the expansive Pacific Ocean lies an archipelago shrouded in mystery and untouched splendor: the Phoenix Islands. This remote chain, part of the Republic of Kiribati, stands as one of the world's last frontiers, offering a rare glimpse into a world relatively untouched by human hands. As the Pacific's cerulean waves embrace these isolated lands, they weave stories of intrigue and quiet endurance into the fabric of their history. Here, on these secluded isles, the tales of those marooned during World War II emerge, mirroring the timeless dance between humankind and nature's immense forces. The Phoenix Islands, dotted with vibrant reefs and lush marine life, have long beckoned sailors with the dual allure and threat of isolation. Throughout history, they have played a silent role in the grand human saga, a hidden stage for narratives of survival against the overwhelming odds posed by the vast ocean. As the sun rises and sets over this timeless seascape, timeless tales of castaways begin to whisper through the waves. It is a place where enduring spirits embrace the unknown with unyielding resolve. In the throes of World War II, the vast Pacific Ocean became a crucial theater of geopolitics and military strategy. This immense expanse of water turned remote islands, like the Phoenix Archipelago, into potential waypoints and staging grounds, vital in the chess game of war. Their isolation, while seemingly inconsequential, rendered them significant as clandestine spaces in the tumultuous backdrops of military operations. The islands, normally undisturbed by the routines of daily life, found themselves caught in the web of empires at war. Here, amid the clashing of nations, soldiers and mariners adrift in the conflict stumbled upon these islands, turning them into unintentional havens and sites of survival where life hung delicately in the balance. The narratives of World War II pilots stranded on the Phoenix Islands begin not with grand adventures, but with chance and misdirection. Straying from their destined paths into the vast blue tapestry, these airmen crash-landed on the rough coral beds, finding an unforgiving welcome. Their plight unfolds in the silence of the islands, cut off from the world's awareness, tales untold until sporadic chance lifted the veil on their isolated existence. These were survival narratives painted in real-world experiences, accounts documented in the sweat of survival and the strength of human endurance. Bereft of communication, they became island phantoms, present yet unseen, as if the world had unwittingly turned its back, leaving their stories to float in the silence of unrecorded history. Life in the Phoenix Islands is a paradox of plenty and paucity. These paradises, ripe with coconuts, teeming fish, and thriving lagoons, offer sustenance even as they challenge the uninvited. Without a natural supply of fresh water, those marooned relied on the grace of rain, collecting every precious drop that fell. Here, the art of survival transformed into a dance between humanity and nature, a compelling duet of endurance and ingenuity. The stories of these pilots illustrate how adaptation becomes paramount, revealing the profound synergy between the human spirit and the relentless might of nature herself. The harsh beauty of these lands etches itself into the stories of those who lived to tell the tale, narratives that are as vibrant and life-affirming as they are harsh and unyielding. While the Phoenix Islands may lack a permanent human population, they do not stand devoid of spiritual echoes. These remote atolls echo with Polynesian folklore, age-old tales whispering of spirits and ancient presences that watch quietly from their perches beyond the tangible world. To the World War II pilots and sailors, these myths formed an intangible companion, an ethereal framework onto which they projected their narratives of survival. It was through engaging with these stories that they found connection with something much older than themselves. The enduring legends interweaving modern survival with timeless myth. Survival is more than a physical battle. It is a profound test of the mind and spirit. To be alone on an island is to engage in an intense, introspective dialogue where the roar of the ocean becomes both companion and tormentor. Isolation on such a scale strips away the facade of societal structure, leaving one to confront the innermost self. It is an unfurling of vulnerabilities, a prompting for deep introspection and soul-searching. Stories from the islands capture this psychological landscape, detailing the ways isolation molds perception, fuels existential contemplation, and leads to moments of clarity and self-revelation. Communication, or the lack thereof, further complicated the plight of these castaways. Separated from the known world, their voices lost in the ether, they became ghosts within the living world, their plights unrecognized and their hopes eroding over time. Despite their fevered attempts to signal passing ships or planes, they often remained unheeded, lost to view amid the oceanic expanse. Yet it is in these silences that narratives of inner resilience, fortitude, and perseverance take root and flourish. Even in the absence of external connection, there blossomed an inner dialogue, a resolute determination to remain seen in the face of overwhelming invisibility. Rescue, when it arrived, was often an act of serendipity, a chance alignment of fate and fortune. Whether through a passing vessel noting an embroidered signal or aerial reconnaissance, spotting an unlikely speck of humanity on an isolated shore, the moment of discovery brought relief and disbelief in equal measure. These sudden reminders of global connectivity painted the struggle of those stranded as tales of steadfast human connection and compassion. The revelations brought back by those who once dwelled alone on the islands became testaments not only to their own endurance, but to the broader human capacity for hope and reconciliation, transcending distance and time. As the castaways penned their narratives onto the island's natural canvas, they created artifacts of their isolated survival, journals that capture the essence of lives in stasis, caught between timeless nature and the immediate demands for sustenance. These writings carry the voices of those long-lost, unearthing lived experiences of isolation, resilience, and tenacity. Through the preserved words, there shines a portrait of humanity's unwavering need to document, to share, to grasp at connection with the world left so far behind. Amid the echoes of human determination, the islands themselves stand as eternal witnesses, unchanged and resilient, innately serene amid a chaotic world. Their flora and fauna continue their ageless cycles unentangled by human affairs. For the souls that journeyed to these rugged shores, their saga becomes part of the broader narrative of life, a meditation on the harmony between mankind and the natural order that honors both presence and absence, change and continuity. With war over, the Phoenix Islands transformed from unintentional refuges into windows to the past, their tales recounted and marveled upon by historians and storytellers alike. These stories tie together the human struggle with nature, war, isolation, and survival, urging reflection on both history's complexity and the strength seated within the human condition. As tales unfold, they echo through time, weaving a tapestry rich with humanity's enduring quest for meaning and connection. Stepping forward, the islands evolve from wartime narrative settings to crucial ecological refuges, cherished for their role in fostering biodiversity and understanding global environmental changes. With international eyes upon them, conservation reveals another layer to the ongoing story, one where humanity emerges not as conqueror, but as steward of a shared natural legacy. The narratives of the islands inspire efforts to protect and preserve the ecosystems for future generations, calling upon the collective endeavor to maintain nature's precarious balance. Yet, amidst these grand narratives of resilience, collaboration emerges as a key survival strategy. Community solidarity and shared resources underpinned survival, highlighting the profound vulnerability and strength found in human cooperation. These stories of collaborative existence unearth a deeper significance, illustrating the shared fates and mutual reliance that unfolds when individuals come together. As the Phoenix Islands persist, they capture the human imagination with the allure of the unexplored. They serve as passages to the unknown, a siren call that beckons dreamers and adventurers to explore beyond the horizon. In their eternal mystique lie possibilities not yet realized, reflections of the intrinsic human urge to wander and discover. In weaving the tapestries of these islands, there glistens a profound truth: that the confluence of cultural exchanges and shared human experiences across distant lands shapes our understanding of self and others. The isolation perceived is merely an imaginative veil through which the world connects. Stories rejoicing in shared human resilience amid natural resonances. Revisionist narratives and untold truths deepen the island lore, capturing previously shadowed insights hidden beneath the surface history tells. These reinterpretations challenge existing perceptions, inviting a multifaceted view of events. Through diving into these untold depths, the richness of human survival against nature's untamed beauty offers a lively mosaic for understanding past struggles and triumphs from a refreshed perspective. Finally, nestled in these tales is the essence of the unyielding human spirit, the undying resolve to overcome amidst adversity. Held within these stories is the bright, enduring light of perseverance, reflections upon lives adapted, touched by the inexorable grace of time's passage. As Phoenix Island stories unfurl, they sew threads into the human tapestry, vibrant reminders standing testament to the indefatigable pursuit of survival, exploring existence amid nature's primal beauty. In this medley of human endeavor and nature's continuity, the Phoenix Islands emerge as sacred enclaves blessed by harmony. Their emerald ecosystems gift impressions of persistence, capturing the enduring miracle of life, where vibrant landscapes embrace the fundamental rhythm of interconnected life. With ghostly whispers and imagined beings charging the air, these realms hold stories that transcend the visible world, uniting the seen with the unseen. Embracing the awe of scientific discovery, the islands now serve as natural reservoirs, aiding in the exploration of climate change. They welcome scientific endeavor, unlocking the potential hidden in their vibrant coral beds and lush marine habitats. As researchers probe these enclaves, new doorways open to understanding Earth's vast interconnectivity and resilience. Here, knowledge melds seamlessly with mystery, inviting endless curiosity about the labyrinths of life within. Within these quiet tales lies hope and unity, blending human adventure with the grace of nature's eternal watch. A symphony of existence offered in solemn harmony, the Phoenix Islands invite reflection upon broader questions about our place in the world. As the final stone tumbles upon the shore, the story transcends, marrying the immediate with the infinite, intertwining human essence with the natural order across epochs and oceans, driving us onward into the boundless unknown, where dreams ignite and mysteries breathe. In the whispered tales of the sea, Bermeja stands as a shadowy enigma, a legend that dances on the edge of reality and myth. For more than 4 centuries, this elusive isle has captured imaginations, surfacing first in Spanish maps circa 1539, hinted at as a solitary presence about 100 kilometers north of the Yucatan Peninsula, while its placement in nautical charts granted it credibility, serving as a guidepost for explorers and traders threading the Gulf of Mexico. Bermeja was shrouded in mystery, its reality never empirically confirmed. Through the 16th and 17th centuries, mariners spoke of glimpses and brief landings, yet the isle remained an ever-thinning ghost, perpetuating an allure that beckoned future explorations and mysteries not easily dispelled. Maps of old evolved through the centuries, yet Bermeja maintained its staunch presence, persisting in the annals of historical geography. Alonso de Santa Cruz, a noted Spanish navigator, first referenced it as a sizable landform, asserting its significance. This repeated presence elevated Bermeja's stature beyond myth. Cartographers of the 17th and 18th centuries, influenced by tales and expeditions, continually etched it into their parchment, a testament not only to sailors' accounts, but also to the power geographic representation had in territorial claims and economic opportunities. The anticipation of Bermeja's existence became an enduring enigma, a dance between fact and fiction that geographers recorded with each ebb and flow of exploration. Yet this dance was one of elusive steps, with countless attempts to uncover Bermeja yielding only disappointment. In the age of burgeoning exploration and technological advances, spanning the 20th and 21st centuries, official expeditions, fueled by its strategic promise, embarked to locate the lost island. Histories intertwined as both Islamic and Western seafarers, armed with modern tools, sought Bermeja's shores. Each journey ended in absence. The scope of these failures only heightened the island's mystique, transforming it from a perceived cartographic error to a national fascination for Mexico. In 2009, a Mexican exploratory team, equipped with cutting-edge sonar and satellite technology, ventured hope again into the Gulf's depths, yet found no trace of Bermeja. The void left in its wake fueled debates over its very essence, pondering whether the island had ever truly been, or if its disappearance served other, more secretive purposes. The mystery of Bermeja extends beyond inked charts into the realm of hidden geopolitical implications. In a world governed partly by the boundaries of water, its presence, or conversely, its absence, carried profound implications. Situated ideally in the Gulf of Mexico, Bermeja's alleged existence would have significantly influenced maritime borders and, by extension, the rights to bountiful oil reserves resting within those borders. The demands of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, suggested that recognizing such an island could expand Mexico's territorial waters and exploit its exclusive economic zone, EEZ. Thus, the absence of Bermeja was not merely academic. It was woven into the competitive tapestry of national sovereignty, ambitions about resources, and the complex narrative of political geography in the modern world. In the hidden corners of speculation, the ghost of conspiracy looms around Bermeja. Its persistent non-existence birthed theories of erasures crafted by unseen hands, alleged keys to political or economic maneuvers. One prominent whisper accused foreign powers of tampering with maps to advantageously reshape Gulf boundaries, citing the United States as the prime suspect in these subterfuge stories. Alternatively, some suggested Bermeja succumbed not to political intrigue, but to nature's unyielding might. With seismic shifts, geological phenomena, or rising tides swallowing the island into the Gulf's depths, these theories, grounded in human imagination, allowed rich narratives of what could be and what may have been, inviting contemplation of Bermeja's role amidst history's tangled web. Bermeja is more than a geographic oddity. It belongs to the cultural and mythic landscape of Mexico, emerging from the depths of cartography into a symbol of unexplored mysteries. Imbued with narrative layers, it transcends eras, serving as a potent symbol of human aspirations to document, conquer, and understand the natural world. As legend grips the unknown, Bermeja finds itself woven into folklore, springing from cultural tradition, marrying reality with whimsy. The island's narrative is emblematic of the human desire to chase the unknown, existing at the confluence of exploration's indomitable spirit and the quiet acceptance of the eternal unknown. In exploring Bermeja, we delve into the historical context that once painted the Gulf of Mexico as a rich tapestry for discovery. The need for precision amid its tempestuous waters spurred explorers and cartographers to chart its labyrinthine seas. These maps, born from the ambition of European empires, marked the Gulf with Bermeja as a waypoint, a symbol of humanity's striving against the unfathomable vastness. Thus, Bermeja stands as a testament to exploration's evolution, migrating from tangible landforms to ephemeral constructs and reflecting our intellectual odyssey through the ages. Within this frame of exploration, colonial currents reveal their intricate ties to Bermeja, as islands during colonial expansion were more than mere foundland. They were stakes of sovereignty and power. As European empires raced to domesticate new lands, such territories signified the might to explore, claim, and map, an eternal echo of strategy and assertion from inked maps. Bermeja's place on these charts illustrated the intersection of colonial tactics with geographic documentation, as the failure to document or alter such islands could sway territorial control and resource flow. Thus, understand Bermeja illuminates more than a lost island. It unveils the struggle for dominance and the sweeping narratives entwined within colonial aspiration. The legal ripple of Bermeja delves into the intricacies of maritime law, revealing geography's interplay with governance and rights. Floating in the tidal dynamics of maritime jurisdictions, missing entities like Bermeja challenge and underscore the fragility of these divisions. Islands influence territorial rights and exclusive zones, necessitating precise geographic understanding under international law. The disappearance of Bermeja casts a plume over these classifications, manifesting not just as a geographical puzzle, but as a societal critique on the frameworks of law subject to the playful whims of nature. The Gulf of Mexico's environmental dynamics, its restless waves and mutable underwater layers, further agitate Bermeja's mystery, where geological processes continually transform the surface of the Earth. In such contexts, scientific inquiry leans towards understanding the transformational power inherent in Earth's elements. Shifting plates, oceanic drifts, rising tides, potentially affecting the fleeting visibility of a supposed landform. Thus, Bermeja emerges once more, this time in the midst of natural wonder, a node within the thematic exploration of Earth's ceaseless change. Mystical frontiers frame Bermeja within even larger lenses of spiritual and esoteric realms, as the island assumes resonance within human psyche's eternal quest for meaning. For some, it manifests as human conjecture on impermanence and being, symbolizing the fleeting nature of presence within the grand tapestry of existence. Bermeja's lore expands into cultural and metaphysical interpretations, igniting esoteric themes and reflective echoes of prophecies told among stars, seas, and ancient whispers, dwelling on the ideas of transcendental truth. As time weaves its spell on Bermeja, chronological discrepancies, unraveled between maps, tales, and scattered insights, dance uneasily in historical context. Cartographic mentions project the island's existence across distinct centuries, yet no recordings fully certify physical encounters. Bermeja's tale complicates temporal progression, its presence a testament to enduring narratives, suspending questions between memory, history, and the recounts cascading through human reflections. At the convergence of science and heritage, imagination and technology intertwine, guiding the quest to unveil Bermeja's truth. Sophisticated instruments, from satellite imaging to sonar scouting, proposed to solve what the human mind and basic senses could not. Yet Bermeja remained veiled. Its stubborn absence emphasizes that some riddles elude even the most advanced methodologies, a reminder of the delicate balance between knowledge and wonder, and humanity's boundless pursuit of understanding within a world teeming with enigmas. Nature's rhythm, shifting sands, undulating currents, play orchestrations across Bermeja's potential reality. Tidal fluxes and hydrodynamic relations curl into the narrative as plausible agents affecting land visibility. Such exploration reminds us of births and landscapes, exhibiting forces of nature in ceaseless interactions with human chartings. The interaction resonates deeper, prompting inquiry, where change becomes an essential revelation of existence, keys to embracing enigmas residing in Bermeja's narrative across fluid terrains. The Bermuda legend continually beckons sailors, explorers, and scholars, its enigma catalyzing the exploration of unknown frontiers by infusing realities beyond what is conceived. The fantastic domain of Bermeja embarks the human journey into realms laden with mystery, bound beyond land's horizon, yet residing ever within the capacity of dreams. Reflecting the allure sprouting from discovery, Bermeja embodies the adventurous spirit, decisively entrenched within the lineages of those chasing the unraveled wonders that compel inquiry and captivation. The cognitive landscape, shaped through successive ages, processes Bermeja not through strict adherence to fact, but through intricate exchanges between perception and belief. In deciphering Bermeja and akin narratives, human biases, both cultural and personal, color accounts infused with fervor and retold within the collective consciousness. This perspective illuminates the dynamic interactions between collective cognition and sensory interpretations, underscoring the subjectivities inherent in deciphering tangible insights among stories undeterred by accuracy. Within this realm of myth and memory, imagination defines Bermeja, threading folklore into the narrative's binding culture across centuries. Folktales cusped from Bermeja resonate through time, gracefully archiving myth and reality into elegant dances. Through this ethereal interplay, Bermeja transcends as a timeless bequest, weaving into the structures of cultural heritage passed beyond temporal boundaries, renewed and retold through the lens of imagination's delicate touch. This island narrative touches upon meditations of transience and permanence within the cosmic fabric of the universe, where vanishing islands evoke contemplations on the cycles of creation and dissolution. Reflecting on Bermeja ushers ponderings of philosophical nature into the permanence and flux within human perception, emphasizing how reality, when observed, sways along the immaterial constructs of space and time. Elusive, yet profoundly impactful. Ultimately, culture and geography are threads woven into an intricate pattern, where Bermeja arises as both a mappable entity and a cultural motif. Its endurance illustrates how land speaks through the stories extending beyond immediate geographies, etching cultural narratives into the tangible lands interpreted and marveled. As society reshapes over time and space, Bermeja offers contemplation, a lesson on embodiment of narratives that frame not only maps, but also those countless myths that animate the landscapes of human imagination. In Bermeja's echoes, the timeless allure of the unknown murmurs ceaselessly, reminding us of the pursuit of wonder amid the embrace of mystery, both solved and unsolved, and the stories waiting to be told. Sable Island, with its ethereal beauty and air of mystery, rests as a crescent-shaped sandbar 190 miles southeast of Nova Scotia, often whispered about as the graveyard of the Atlantic. Its shifting sands and treacherous waters have borne silent witness to over 350 recorded shipwrecks, each leaving a shadow of its secrets upon the island's ever-changing dunes. Cloaked in layers of mist, the island whispers stories of endurance and madness, a realm where time seems to lose its way among the howling winds and swirling fog. In an unfaltering dance with mariners' fears and hopes, Sable Island exists as both refuge and adversary. Those who find themselves stranded upon its shores become accidental wanderers in its enigmatic embrace, leaving behind tales carved into the annals of survival, a testament to both human ingenuity and folly. Nature reigns supreme, a silent custodian of secrets, as each wave erases footprints in symbolic solitude, binding the island to mysteries beyond our reach. Long before the winds carried tales of Sable Island to the furthest reaches of sailor lore, Portuguese explorer João Álvares Fagundes marked its presence in the early 16th century. Yet this enigmatic sandbar remained elusive, teasing explorers and cartographers with its shifting form and perilous surf. Over centuries, whispers spread like tendrils of fog, stories of ghostly dunes appearing and vanishing along trade routes, casting the island as both frontier and foe. Its discovery ignited a narrative spread through mariner legend, a place both feared and revered, with vessels vanishing amidst tides and mist, marking the boundary between safety and oblivion. As exploration unfolded its relentless canvas, Sable Island's legend blossomed, unfurling the unpredictable dance between man and the capricious forces of nature that defined the age of sail. The island, with its haunting beauty and perilous charm, became a symbol, a point of lore where the known world dared not tread too closely. Beneath the spectral veil of shifting sands lies an ecology shaped by constant change. Sable Island's landscape, sculpted by ocean currents and relentless winds, hosts a fragile ecosystem that thrives against all odds. Notorious among its inhabitants are the wild horses, remnants of a bygone era, standing as living metaphors for resilience, forging their existence from the sparse blessings of sand and sea. These majestic creatures, believed to descend from beasts abandoned by early explorers, embody the untouched spirit of Sable Island, roaming freely across terrain that endlessly recreates itself. The flora anchors the dunes, with marram grass standing sentinel against the ceaseless erosion, forming the foundation upon which life clings. Here, the island's isolation becomes sanctuary, allowing an unfiltered evolution that sidesteps human interference, lending an untouched voice to Sable Island's intricate balance. In these rhythms of change, life carves tenacity into the narratives of existence, inviting the curious to ponder the mysteries of adaptation and the delicate thread of survival. The island's history speaks with the voices of those who dared reside here. French monks first tread these sands in the 17th century, envisioning a bastion of cultivation and conversion upon the unfathomable dunes. But their visions crumbled against the island's harsh rhythms, their fleeting presence swallowed by an indifferent landscape. The idea of habitation flickered in the hearts of settlers, seeking to grasp the untamable, only to find the island relentless in its isolation. This passage of time, marked by earnest human endeavors, underscores the island's dissonant relationship with humanity, a place that remains impervious to the aims of domestication. In the 19th century, the tides turned with the establishment of life-saving stations. Here, the human narrative intertwined indelibly with the island's fabric, men and women standing vigilant amid the dunes, ready to reach out a hand to those caught in the island's treacherous embrace. They became caretakers of both the land and its shipwrecked souls, a legacy carried forth by the stewards of today, researchers and parks guardians alike, continuing their watch, honoring the delicate dance between human presence and preservation. Shipwrecks cast a long shadow upon Sable Island's sands. The 17th and 18th centuries saw ships drawn perilously close to the island's jagged charms, vessels heavy with cargo, carrying lives anchored by hope, suddenly wrecked upon its grasping shores. Each ship met an end woven into the fabric of Sable's reputation, a patchwork of fear, tragedy, and the indomitable will to endure. Whispers of these lost vessels became legend, their stories untouched by time, echoing like a haunting refrain throughout the island's enigmatic appeal. Among these shipwrecks stood poignant tales of desperation and resolve. The vessel Leicester, a British transport ship that found its grave in 1749, marked a mournful chapter with the loss of over 350 lives. Survivors, cast adrift in the merciless haze, became unwilling heroes in stories of survival, navigating both the elements and the island's relentless isolation. Here, the indomitable spirit of humanity found footing amid treacherous settings, weaving tales of resilience to line the history of Sable Island like fine, tenacious threads of endurance. From these shipwrecks emerged narratives of resilience and survival, narratives rich with human spirit struggling against adversity. Survivors, stranded upon Sable Island's sands, faced the immediate harshness of finding fresh water, food, and shelter. Their tales shimmered with ingenuity, resourcefulness born from dire need, as they salvaged wreckage and scoured the island for means to sustain life. These stories became testaments to human creativity, a vivid tapestry of courage and innovation resonating across the island's enigmatic landscape. This struggle became etched into Sable Island's soul, reflecting the age-old conflict between people and nature. From makeshift shelters crafted from fragments of wreckage to the task of harvesting limited flora and fauna, each narrative serves as an historical echo of tenacity, emphasizing camaraderie and hope amid desolation. As human spirit left its imprint upon the island, Sable transformed from feared hazard to a revered backdrop where tales of endurance inspire and eternalize. The establishment of life-saving stations marked a watershed moment in the island's narrative, stewarding a new relationship with the sea and its hidden dangers. Crews stationed there watched the vast horizon, dedicated to rendering aid and preserving lives against the relentless grasp of Sable Island's hungry waves. In doing so, they transformed fear into engagement, romance into rescue, serving as guardians who embraced danger to forge community resilience amid harsh conditions. The legacy of these life-saving efforts informs contemporary practices, their echoes audible in today's maritime safety culture. Carved into the hearts of those who stood vigilant amid the shifting sands, these stations became repositories of maritime culture, preserving stories of bravery and compassion. Their narratives echo far beyond the island, into oral histories and the wider maritime community, etching Sable Island's significance onto the collective consciousness. Yet it is the mythical wild horses of Sable Island that hold enduring allure, symbolic of survival amidst odds that confound logic. Their spirits roam wild and free, standing steadfast against the island's shifting adversity. Believed to originate from settlers and mariners' beasts long past, these horses embody the island's untamed spirit, wandering across the landscape, forging an existence from its bounty, and inviting deeper reflection on adaptation and endurance. Their presence draws researchers, artists, and dreamers to this singular sanctuary, captivated by the narratives these horses conjure amidst the dunes and the salt-laden air. While they bravely navigate limited resources and harsh seasonal cycles, the equine population persists, just as mystically intertwined with Sable Island as their human counterparts. In their independence lies a whisper of the wild absence of human interference, each step upon the sands a testament to the island's allure and deep-seated wonder. Sable Island extends itself beyond spectral beauty and maritime lore, serving as an irreplaceable canvas for scientific inquiry, a repository of natural data revealing insights into ecosystem dynamics, coastal processes, and climate change. Biologists, climatologists, and geologists find fertile ground here, where life adapts uniquely to shifting environmental rhythms. The island becomes a laboratory, lending insight into ecological transformations, advancing understanding through the isolation that guards its mysteries. Each discovery made amidst Sable Island's dunes contributes to a richer understanding of how ecosystems withstand dramatic change, presenting localized perspectives that bear global resonance. Here, collaboration and curiosity converge, nature offering its secrets to those patient enough to listen to its whispers, challenging assumptions, and expanding dialogues rooted in mutual learning and stewardship. With climate change casting broader shadows, the island's shifting geography marks an essential frontline for understanding these impacts on fragile ecosystems. As a dynamic coastal dune system, vulnerable to rising seas, Sable Island becomes a cautionary emblem, streaming insights through the wider consciousness. Here, the intersection of climate science and conservation shapes strategies necessary to safeguard this ecological tapestry against time's relentless erosion. Facing global atmospheric tides, the island's future unfolds in delicate balance between preservation and exposure. As researchers and conservators walk this line, melding traditional wisdom and innovative insights, Sable Island stands as both an archetype and a call to collective action. It remains an aspirational symbol for the fragile interconnectedness of ecosystems across our small, spinning world. A hopeful gesture amidst the environmental currents that pull at the edges of creation. Beyond science, the island's ethereal beauty conceals a cultural imprint, resonating through art, literature, and imagination. Its haunting landscapes and tales meld into creative endeavors, as artists and writers mold its essence into compelling works echoing across time. These narratives preserve Sable Island's stories, amplifying and transforming them, casting light upon the unknown contours of meaning, connection, and the human condition. Within strokes of a brush, lines of verse, and words upon a page, the island emerges as both physical entity and metaphor, exploring the depths of imagination to find the wilderness within ourselves. This cultural heritage ties the island to the collective consciousness, breathing life into its stories, endowing them with longevity and resonance, a shared remembrance that ignites understanding and wonder. To safeguard its fragile ecosystem, Sable Island's designation as a National Park Reserve underscores collective preservation, balancing exploration with stewardship. Parks Canada, alongside governmental, Indigenous, and scientific partners, orchestrates conservation efforts designed to preserve this singular environment. Their combined initiatives affirm the importance of preservation in these wild corners of existence, underscoring the need to protect Sable Island's tapestry of life and legend. The island's designation and conservation offer a legacy for future generations, ensuring Sable Island's rich narrative endures. As custodian of this remarkable place amidst ceaseless transformation, humanity bears the ongoing responsibility to balance its care of the island with explorative curiosity. Together, we forge a path of stewardship, cherishing both Sable Island's delicate beauty and its timeless contribution to our shared global heritage. Amidst these physical and cultural currents lies the ever-present challenge of adaptation, as life endures amidst the storms of Sable Island's existence. Here, both human castaways and the island's native species navigate the formidable task of survival, crafting stories of resilience woven into the heart of ecological interdependence. In this cycle of life, the island's relentless reshaping becomes emblematic of both challenge and triumph, reflecting nature's capacity to persevere and flourish. Sable Island, with its dynamic landscape shaped by oceanic forces, becomes an epicenter for lessons in adaptability, offering insights into the relationship between living organisms and their environments. As narratives of adaptation unfold amidst the dunes, they enrich our understanding of ecological processes, providing a vivid tableau that resonates with resilience, invincibility, and mutual reliance, themes echoing far beyond the isolated stretch of sand and sea. In this enigmatic setting, a culture of rescue around Sable Island emerges, playing a pivotal role in shaping its maritime legacy. For centuries, the island has been a critical juncture for ships in distress, life-saving stations forming a lifeline and becoming integral to its cultural fabric. These efforts and symbols of human compassion reflect the enduring willingness to confront danger for others' aid, preserving a legacy much larger than the island's bounds. This rich maritime history, filled with stories of courage and resilience, serves as a testament to the seafarers' struggles and the life-saving crew's dedication amidst the Atlantic's unpredictable swells. As we commemorate this enduring tradition, we recognize its vital contribution to the cultural narrative, fostering a deeper appreciation for humanity's ties both to the ocean and to one another upon its relentless edges. Yet, in the annals of history, tales of shipwrecks and survival on Sable Island also risk being overshadowed, forgotten amidst more prominent narratives. It becomes essential to rediscover these stories, uncovering human triumphs and tragedies buried beneath layers of sand and time. Ongoing research and recovery efforts breathe life into these accounts, illuminating experiences that transcend catastrophe to reveal resilient communities forged by crisis. Rekindling these fragments of history fosters deeper engagement with Sable Island's past, offering understanding of how individual experiences interlace with wider societal transformations. As we resurrect these stories and acknowledge their significance, we honor those who faced the unimaginable, celebrating their bravery, which continues to guide our present and frame our future toward deeper empathy and collective wisdom. Sable Island's aura lures the imagination, fertile ground for myth and fiction intertwining with its history, enhancing its cultural tapestry. It is a place where reality blurs against the unknown, inviting reinterpretation by artists and storytellers drawn to the seductive allure of its unfurling mysteries. These creative narratives weave through the island's rich legends, capturing imaginations and offering speculative glimpses into its mysteries that stir the soul. Through art and literature, the island's myths transform into vibrant expressions of the human journey, revealing its eternal connection to our quest for meaning amid the unknown. These narratives breathe life into the island's enigma, reigniting its mysteries for each new generation to ponder, inviting us to explore and embrace the tension between reality and imagination. In the end, the enduring allure of Sable Island lies in its graceful synthesis of beauty, danger, and mystery, a place forever suspended between the world's edges. It invites all who seek understanding, artists, scientists, and wanderers alike, to engage with its many-sided nature, challenging perceptions and inviting contemplation of humanity's place within the broader cosmos of existence. Sable Island remains a source of inspiration, tugging at the heart to reflect on the unyielding resilience and captivating beauty life offers. The timeless reminder to embrace the mysteries awaiting just beyond our perceptions. It symbolizes exploration and endurance, a treasured artifact of nature's great drama, echoing in the human imagination as a gentle whisper among the sea-born winds, inviting each of us to elude the bounds of discovery, seeking kindred connection and profound insight within the dance of shifting sands. In the luminous cradle of the Bay of Bengal, where the ocean's embrace is ever-changing, there once sat an ephemeral isle known to some as New Moor and to others as South Talpatti. This island emerged from the shifting silt and sands during a tumultuous time, weaving itself into the narrative of two nations, India and Bangladesh, who found themselves embroiled in a dance of territorial assertion. As the tides whispered and roared, so too did the political tensions ebb and flow over this phantom land, a place that seemed to arise from dreams only to disappear back into them, leaving behind the echoes of unresolved questions. New Moor's emergence into the world was first reported in the wake of a cyclone in 1970, as if the furious breath of the storm had conjured it from beneath the waves. The isle stood as a living testament to the dynamic nature of the Bengal Delta, where the fluid exchange of land and water plays out upon the eternal canvas of the ocean. The presence of the island, however fleeting, reflected the indifferent power of nature, shaping and reshaping the earthly domain without heed to human claims or borders. Political cartographers raced to imprint their stakes on maps, yet the island stood as a silent observer, a ghostly reminder of the transient nature of human enterprises caught in a fleeting glimpse of geopolitical ambition. In this maritime theater, the Bay of Bengal is a ceaseless experiment in geophysical alchemy, its seascape animated by the forces of monsoons and the churn of mighty rivers like the Ganges and Brahmaputra. These waters carry stories of creation and erasure, depositing vast volumes of silt to weave new landforms, only to reclaim them with the rising tides. Here, geography dances with uncertainty, and the land emerges and retreats, painting and erasing with every passing moment. In such a place, permanence is an illusion, and the Earth's narratives are inscribed upon a shifting, watery page. Yet this ephemeral island did not rise in isolation. It appeared in a tumultuous time of national awakening and self-definition. Newly independent Bangladesh, formed in 1971, was eager to lay claim to every inch of land in its vicinity, and New Moor, South Talpati, positioned itself precariously between two emerging national identities. The island became a crucible for conflicting aspirations, not merely a piece of earth, but a symbol of sovereignty, where nations played out their aspirations in the soft silt. The symbolic act of planting flags on this unsettled land was a declaration as much to the sea as to their rivals, a quiet protest against the inevitable. As with all that nature claims, the fate of New Moor, South Talpati was bound to the elemental rhythms of wind, water, and sediment. Tropical cyclones, those capricious governors of the oceanic realm, shift coastlines and deposit or strip away land with a force both majestic and terrifying. Such is the cycle of creation and destruction in this region, where each island's life is a brief flash in the geologic night. The island's brief flicker in the annals of geography is both a testament to and a reminder of the forces far beyond the control of humankind, an ode to nature's capacity to conjure and dissolve with equal ease. But in this dance of the silt and sea, New Moor, South Talpati, offers a window into broader questions of geomorphology, where deltas epitomize the meeting of land and water in perpetual negotiation. The Bay of Bengal is a maestro of such interactions, conducting symphonies of sedimentation against the backwash of erosion in an age-old dance of push and pull. Here, river and sea define a landscape that defies easy definition, a hybrid of earth and aquatic realms. Within this dynamic environment, New Moor serves as an instructive vignette, its story echoing far and wide, offering lessons of a world where the only certainty is change. Cartographers, those ancient chroniclers of space and dominion, found their mettle tested with New Moor. The maps they drew, repositories of control and understanding, faltered in the face of this shifting speck of land. Here, cartography crossed from rigid science into a more mystic art, the land's very instability challenging the notion of map as dominion. The story of New Moor is an allegory for the limits of human understanding, a whispered reminder that the earth is not a canvas upon which we draw our desires, but a living entity we struggle to know, to name, to claim. Beneath its brief surface, New Moor challenged the fabric of geopolitical realities, symbolizing not mere land, but convoluted layers of identity, governance, and stewardship. The island's elusive presence was a mirror reflecting humanity's struggle to impose order on chaos, a dance as old as the Bengal itself. Political confrontations played out upon this impermanent realm, each maneuver as fleeting as the land beneath their feet. It invites reflection upon the fragile business of drawing lines across shifting sands, a task as futile as it is destined to repeat until lessons are allowed to settle, like the very silt that birthed the land. The lesson of New Moor is a meditation on the nature of impermanence, where the rhythms of tide and storm define the contours of existence, dictating the vicissitudes of land and sea alike. These natural chorus lines echo the misguided attempts to control or possess what is fundamentally transitory, challenging human arrogance with time-honored indifference. They resound with nature's profundity, a rhythm that speaks of perennial cycles that neither acknowledge nor reconcile with human claims. Standing as a symbol of the delicate balance of coastal environments, New Moore's tale offers poignant reflections on the precarious nature of Earth's least permanent landscapes. Rising seas and human activity now compound the timeless cycles of creation and destruction, rendering fragile coastlines ever more delicate. Adapting to this truth requires humility, a deeper understanding of interrelated ecosystems, and a respect for the forces that sculpt our world. The land's transient beauty tells the tale of unity and fragility, of an equilibrium sought but rarely achieved. Even as New Moor has dissolved into the eternal blue, it continues to inspire reflections on the relationship between myth and reality. Islands, both real and imagined, have long served as repositories for the dreams and fears of the wandering mind. The island that once was resonates with echoes of ancient myths and future possibilities, challenging us to see beyond the concrete into the mists of imagination. While charting new realms, they invite us to contemplate the shorelines of understanding, where the known and unknown inevitably meet. In these reflections, New Moor's legacy distills into an acknowledgement of our own temporal narratives, the marks we leave, the maps we draw, ever subject to the erasures of time. It questions our linear perceptions and invites us to embrace a broader narrative, one where human and Earth share the stage, each leaving ephemeral footprints upon a shared journey. In this shared narrative, our maps become atlases of memory and possibility, marking the delicate dance between our hopes and the Earth's perennial rhythms. In the quiet embrace of its watery grave, New Moor offers more than a tale of land and sea. It invites deep introspection on the essence of existence itself. As the Earth spins into each new dawn, so too do we spin our tales around it, weaving truths and visions upon the vast loom of time. In such stories, the island's unseen currents call out to the seeker and the sage alike, urging us to listen beyond the tide's roar to the whispers of the eternal. New Moor has returned to the sea, yet its presence lingers in the enchantment of its narrative, a testament to the enduring balance that governs the realms both above and beneath the waves. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean lies an isolated coral atoll, Clipperton Island, a quiet yet haunting sentinel of stories long past. This forlorn speck of land, uninhabited and largely forgotten by civilization, witnessed a haunting episode of survival, madness, and human endurance in the early 20th century. Nearly 1,070 kilometers off Central America's coast, Clipperton's isolated shores became an unintended theater, where nature painted a landscape as harsh as it was beautiful, a paradox of existence that facilitated both life and demise. The tale of those wrecked upon its inhospitable surface weaves a narrative not merely of survival, but an exploration of the deep corners of the human psyche, underscored by a haunting interplay between isolation and desperation. For the French stationed there from 1914 to 1917, the island was both home and prison, a place where the absence of a supply ship transformed a simple outpost into a stage for a human odyssey that transcended physical endurance, becoming instead a trial of psychological resilience and collective spirit. At its heart, this narrative is a study in one of the most primal struggles: survival when the world forgets you exist. The soldiers of the French garrison and their families arrived under the shadow of geopolitical intrigue, tasked with asserting France's dominion in territorial squabbles with Mexico. What began as an assignment of duty swiftly evolved into a crucible of endurance against the island's forbidding nature, a terrain dominated by relentless sun, saline wind, and a punitive scarcity of resources. Here, life blinked hard against the backdrop of a thundering ocean, both shield and captor, pressing heavily on hearts and minds isolated from the hands of time. In their early days, the ocean seemed almost benevolent, its rhythmic murmur a companion to their routines. Everyday duties and camaraderie sustained them, bolstered spirits even against the backdrop of routine isolation. But as days turned to weeks, the steady pulse of life eroded into an anxious watch, eyes ever on the horizon for a supply ship that never came. Each sunrise marked not only another day of separation from the world, but a step deeper into uncertainty, a foray into existence reduced to its essence, where survival means not just enduring the natural elements, but grappling with the erosion of hope. In the absence of replenishment, their reliance shifted inevitably to the island itself, a barren provider with little to offer. Clipperton's land was sparse, its soil unwilling host to meaningful vegetation, its waters salty specters of sustenance. Freshwater existed in brackish puzzles, evoking relentless quests for drinkable reserves. Their diet, pieced together with the grueling catch of fish and the scavenging of scarce bird eggs, became a desperate dance at nature's altar, where meager offerings were gratefully yet anxiously accepted. Nature, in its merciless glory, revealed the frail facade of order held by the garrison, leaving human will to confront not just deprivation, but the unnerving challenges seeded by scarcity. Isolation dug ever deeper, unrelenting in its quiet terror, unraveling the threads binding the minds of those who stood against it. Deprived of external contact, the psychological landscape of the garrison society began to twist and fragment. Patterns of behavior deftly weaved by routine began to unravel, shedding any veneer of normalcy. Disputes flared suddenly vibrant in the void left by silence, while personal insecurities twisted into paranoia, devouring the remaining semblance of community. On this desolate patch, the humanity of isolation marched cruelly, stripping by strip confidence and connection, leaving individuals to battle inner shadows that loomed larger in the absence of comforting light. Even the presence of leadership faltered under such relentless siege. Lieutenant Victor Leroy, ringmaster of this struggling microcosm, himself fell to despair. The mantle of command slipped as cracks appeared in the illusion of normalcy he'd strived to maintain. The weight of responsibility transformed into a shroud that suffocated hope and clouded judgment, leading ultimately to a desperate choice. Departing on a makeshift raft with feigned optimism, Leroy embarked on an uncertain journey over an unforgiving ocean, leaving behind the dependence that symbolized a past structure and signaling the dissolution of what frail order remained. In the lieutenant's departing wake, Victoriano Alvarez, once a common survivor, assumed command of a narrative distorted by fear and necessity. His ascension to authority lacked the binds of duty and tempered compassion that had tenuously held society together. Instead, Alvarez's rule descended into tyranny, an unapologetic manifest of the darkness that lurks when unrestrained power rules unchallenged. In his hands, resources became tools of subjugation, whims the gospel of survival, marking the evolution of collectivism into dictatorial order as the island morphed once more, from adversary to complicit stage of man's baser nature. Yet there remained that indomitable essence of humanity, the enduring resilience of the survivors, most uniquely embodied by the women left to Alvarez's whim. In the silent shadows, they kindled the light of defiance, navigating the tumult of physical and psychological adversity with quiet courage. Their story testifies to a fierce determination, a nurturing of collective spirit that transcends the oppression crumbling around them. In their solidarity, they found strength, an unyielding cord that repudiated despair, fostering resistance beneath the gaze of tyranny until it is forced to confront its inevitable conclusion. In concerted action, these women seized control, confronting their oppressor and reclaiming their lives, a bold gesture in the face of unchecked madness. This uprising marked a turning point, not only for the islanders but as a testament to fortitude's triumph over brutality. A shift heralded in whispers of sunrise upon untamed waters. Even as their resilience marked a new beginning, they bore their ordeal's marks, scars of memory that outlasted physical rescue. Through liberation, the island transferred its poignant lessons to human testimony, a paradox of survival and sacrifice unveiled through those who dared defy fate's binding hand. When salvation finally arrived in the form of the Mexican Navy, Clipperton's remaining inhabitants greeted it with open arms, standing testament to resilience against nature and the limits of human endurance transformed. Yet the island's story imparted a rich tapestry beyond personal redemption, weaving lessons into the broader discourse of collective memory. In the shadow of this Pacific exile, these tales swathed others in understanding, scaled the arch of time to fend off oblivion. A reminder of humanity's capacity to endure past when our will alone hesitates. Thus, Clipperton's story etches itself onto the canvas of shared human experience, transcending its isolated beginning to dwell within the annals of legend. It stands as a somber landmark along the endless voyage of history, where explorations of the human spirit transcend darkness, fomenting dialogues and reconciliation with facets of our existence laid bare by the compulsion of solitude. The cruel beauty of its shores became not only a testament to struggle, but a crucible for learning, drawing observers to confront and contemplate the invariance of our persistence, even amidst isolated despair. Long shall Clipperton endure in this narrative dance, its present silence contrasting sharply with the echoes it stirs from across the weave of history, a beacon illuminating truths born from isolation and threaded with wisdom's hopeful essence. Like the ever-present ocean waves, it sweeps lives anew within the continuum, unfurling understanding and prompting reverence for the tapestry of human resilience that weaves itself across time's endless horizon. In the vast tapestry of maritime history, few tales weave as compelling a narrative as that of the mutiny on the HMS Bounty. This fateful event in 1789 marked a moment of profound discord between authority and liberty, where a group of restless sailors, led by the enigmatic Fletcher Christian, dared to seize control from Captain William Bligh. The mutineers' rebellion was not just of sails and seascapes, but of spirit and freedom, painted vividly across both factual accounts and the imaginations of literatures drawn to the sea's eternal lure. They were incited by Captain Bligh's severe leadership and dazzled by the Tahitian paradise they'd left behind, which promised an unbounded life untouched by the rigid hierarchies of naval command. This clash between the constricting norms of civilization and the intoxicating ideal of an unshackled existence set in motion a harrowing journey toward freedom and the tyranny of isolation. In the silence that followed their defiant act, Bligh and his loyalists were cast adrift upon the open sea in a small boat, a testament to the remnants of authority cleaved from its power. The mutineers, with the Bounty now their own, ventured into a sprawling Pacific vast with possibility and peril. More than a physical expedition, this was a pilgrimage toward the notion of a new life unmarred by retribution or recognition. Yet their quest was as fraught with treachery as any sea voyage, as they sought refuge away from the relentless pursuit of the British Crown and its grasping arms that reached the farthest isles of the ocean. Intuition and hope navigated their course more than the stars could, a wandering that finally lulled them to a remote speck on sea's edge, Pitcairn Island, not yet marked by the cautious strokes of mapmakers, nor marred by the passing of time. January 1790 saw their arrival on Pitcairn, a fortress of seclusion to cradle them against the world's gaze. Here, at the ocean's unknown peripheries, they dismantled the Bounty, each plank and nail repurposed into the skeleton of a new society. Pitcairn was at once a sanctuary and a snare, providing anonymity beneath its tangled canopy and barren shelves, yet demanding more from them than the angry seas they conquered. The island's remoteness was at once both balm and blight, isolating them from pursuit, but condemning them to solitude's heavy mantle. Scarce were the resources, and ingenuity became the currency by which they forged their existence, carving life from the tough sinews of isolation with only the raw forces of nature as witness. Pitcairn Island, nestled within a vast expanse of Pacific waters and seemingly untouched by the rush of time, held within its rugged embrace a curious duality, paradise interwoven with purgatory. Unquestionably beautiful with its lush trails and verdurous folds, the island's isolation was a stubborn shadow that clung to its shores, rendering its inhabitants both liberated and ensnared. The contours of its coastlines lacked a harbor's welcoming arms, hinting at the challenge of sowing civilization amidst its young wilds. Amongst the winding trails and rustling leaves, time appeared to languidly stretch, ensnaring the mutineers within a curious suspension, isolated from history's parade beyond their horizon. The seasons cascaded by, etching routine in their passage, as the men and women, both European and Tahitian, fostered a fragile community dictated by necessity. Strangers initially, their lives entwined through the flickering dance of circumstance, shaping a singular society with rituals and connections born of necessity and shared survival. A microcosm of humanity unfolded on this diminutive stage, a closed world keenly aware of its isolation, yet uniquely engaged in the universal drama of existence. These settlers stitched together lives that, while entirely sealed from the progress outside, echoed the universal longing for continuity and kinship. Against this backdrop of invented normalcy lay the cost of discord. Beneath these efforts to cultivate peace amid verdant isolation, tensions simmered, born of cultural misunderstandings and interpersonal divides. These were whispers of mistrust fanned by differing beliefs and values, the uneasy pulse of a society deprived of external resolution. The absence of overwatching governance proved a mirror to civilization's shadows, uncovering humanity's deft balance between cooperation and conflict. Thus, they engaged in a social experiment, one that tested the resilience of human connection under adversity and asked whether the yearning for utopia could withstand the pressures of solitude's peace. In this shared drama, the presence of the Tahitian companions brought challenges and boons alike, as their innate knowledge of island living and oceanic navigation spurred the settlers toward survival. Their unique wisdom melded with these castaways, forming a dialectic of identity wider than any one tradition could boast. Yet, cultural intersections often yield metrical strains, and amidst their blending arose points of friction and strife. The inherently different worldviews occasionally diverged sharply, provoking episodes of unrest, a poignant reflection on the challenges modern humanity faces when integrating diverse narratives into a cohesive whole. Yet through these dynamics, Pitcairn offered an enduring emblem of cultural fusion, with both harmony and discord as constant companions in the dance of unity and independence. Despite their odyssey to forge new lives upon its shores, the harmonious start devolved into seeds of division and conflict. The finite resources of the island, much like their capacities for tolerance, stretched thin. What began as allied fraternity bore the weight of unresolved rivalry. Trust fractured upon the anvil of varying wills. Intense discord arose, igniting chaos in escalating cycles of betrayal and violence that splintered their tenuous peace. Each disagreement kindled the fires of unrest, and in their isolation, the specter of anarchy threatened to unmake their fragile community. Their narrative quickly transformed from one of survival to a tale of collapse, vivid in its stark illumination of humanity's capacity for both extraordinary cooperation and profound discord. Within this chaos lay the powerful echoes of history's caution, deftly illustrating the delicate threads binding civilization together, even when confronted with time-worn freedom. Yet, despite such turmoil, the story of the Bounty's crew etched itself indelibly into the annals of history. Their escape from the watchful eyes of authority and the subsequent crafting of an insular society stood as an archetype of resilience, captivating generations with themes of ambition, autonomy, and the timeless draw of the unfamiliar. Their tale navigated the borders of folklore and reality, weaving a saga as much about human potential as it was about moral inquiry. Eventually, the island's hidden existence unraveled to the curious world in 1808, with Captain Mayhew Folger's documentation following his encounter with this remarkable community. The Americans of the whaler Topaz became emissaries of discovery, bringing back a tale of the mutineers' fate, nascent society, and unorthodox endurance. This revelation, part mystery, part marvel, unraveled a burst of fascination and debate about the far reaches and uncharted counsel beyond colonized lands. The rediscovery of Pitcairn invigorated questions about territorial governance, sovereignty, and the human rights inherent in such isolation, questions echoing within the globally tangled strands of colonial discourse. The advent of printed tales began to immortalize the tantalizing allure of Pitcairn and those who claimed it. Authors and poets alike found inspiration in these chronicles, delivering fictionalized accounts of the mutineers that spoke to the broader human themes of rebellion and isolation. Somehow, this microcosm of Pacific adventure reflected the grand narratives of a world always seeking to chart its own paths beyond known horizons. In today's world, descendant lines of the mutineers remain stewards of Pitcairn's rich narrative. They carry a legacy both burdened and buoyed by the vestiges of history and myth. Despite continuing struggles with living in isolation, including issues of technological progression, healthcare, and social integration, the community perseveres. These residents hold tightly to their heritage and the stories that bind them, navigating the perpetual confluence of historic identity and the press of modern necessity with steady resolve. Contemporary efforts toward conservation and sustainability focus on both ecological and cultural alignment, weaving through Pitcairn's past to secure its future. Preserving oral histories, nurturing archaeological finds, and harmonizing ancient local traditions with the pressing needs of climate change. The island seeks a place amidst today's planetary concerns. As they do, international settings highlight Pitcairn Island as a vital case study for deepening understanding outside the boundaries of metropolitan mainstays. Through this microcosm's evolving stories, the island continues to offer a lens through which universal human conditions are engaged, wherein isolation complements rather than diminishes the pursuit of progress, It remains an intriguing chapter in global dialogues about sovereignty and cultural preservation, underscoring how stories of distant rebels can reverberate through time to challenge perceptions and provoke introspection. Pitcairn, in all its quietude, serves a sentinel to human history's unfolding, a compass guiding innate exploration from past to future. Its narratives reach beyond its shores, reminding us to look beyond first impressions, asking us to discover the depth of stories we may not know, much like the hidden histories that ripple in time's current. As the world turns and narratives continue to interweave, Pitcairn stands firm as an emblem of humanity's endless odyssey toward the understanding of self, place, and purpose. Here, amidst azure waves and endless horizons, it endures, whispering the tale of those who once sought freedom in the heart of isolation's embrace. The whispering winds of Niihau, the so-called Forbidden Isle, danced over its shores, cradling an existence untouched by the advance of modernity that whirled around its Hawaiian brethren. Known for its solitude, Niihau sat nestled in a cocoon of time, its rhythms dictated by the whispers of the ocean and the age-old traditions of its native Hawaiian residents. But among these winds of peace loomed an unexpected storm, one that would etch the island into the annals of wartime chronicles. In the heart of December 7th, 1941, the world around Niihau trembled as the Imperial Japanese Navy launched its brazen assault on Pearl Harbor, marking a meteoric shift in the sands of time and the story of Niihau itself. This secluded isle, sheltered from the clamor of global events, suddenly found itself entwined in a narrative of turmoil when fate directed a lone Japanese pilot, Shigenori Nishikaichi, to its unsuspecting shores. Caught in the chaotic aftermath of the attack, Nishikaichi's aircraft faltered, its strength waning under the weight of incompleteness. With orders clasping him in a desperate embrace, he sought refuge on Hawaiian soil, crashing into the serene landscape of Niihau. His arrival was marked by an aura of misplaced trust, as the islanders, untouched by the horns of war, met him with the warmth of curiosity and an open heart, unaware of the shadow that lingered behind his weary eyes. In the days that followed, Nishikaichi's presence was a discordant note in the island's harmonic song, a small ripple on a vast ocean's surface. This land, that knew nothing of embattled skies, now cradled a man whose spirit was tethered to foreign turbulence and hidden agendas. With a gentle insistence, the lore of war seeped into Niihau's soil, casting a veil of suspense over its unwritten stories of hospitality and kinship. As time unfurled its tale, two figures emerged from the island's quiet unity, drawing close to the stranger amidst them. Yoshio Harada and his wife, Irene, found in Nishikaichi an echo of heritage, a connection that transcended the borders of belief and action. This alliance sparked a quiet revolution within the heart of Niihau, stirring age-old tensions of loyalty and identity against an ever-turning world stage. In their choice to shield the pilot, they sowed seeds of suspicion as the island's collective conscience began its pilgrimage towards a newfound vigilance. In the absence of modern communications embrace, Niihau was cast adrift in a vast sea of information. The conflict at Pearl Harbor remained beyond the horizon of their understanding, and so too did the gravity of harboring an enemy pilot. Illumination came not from the heartbeat of radio waves, but from the whispers of those who dared navigate the shores beyond. Here, in this alcove of quiet reflection, knowledge became a force more potent than any blade or bullet, and the islanders embarked on a journey to uncover truths nestled in the embrace of silence. The gentle undercurrent of discord rippled into broader tension, as the once unwavering threads of aloha began to fray under the harshness of reality's breath. Where trust had once flourished, newfound caution took root, drawing boundaries between kin and complicity. The Haradas's subtle orchestration of events clashed with the breaking resolve of Nihawans, who now questioned not just the presence of an intruder, but the fidelity of their own. The delicate balance of peace now rested in the palms of Ben Kanahele, a man born into the leadership mantle of his ancestors. With a steady hand and an open heart, Kanahele guided his community through the murky waters of growing dissent. His was a role woven from the threads of heritage and necessity, tasked with binding the island back into its circle of unity amidst the siege of doubt and fear. Yet, grip by grip, the grasp of safety slipped away. As lines blurred between past and present, the islands within the island split anew, setting the stage for confrontation and courage. The Haradas, now voices for a cause lost to their oblivious brethren, propelled Nishikaichi's plans forward, kindling the embers of a slumbering storm. With each passing moment, words became edges, sharp, honed, and ultimately set to pierce the heart of peace. When the disguise of serenity finally gave itself to confrontation, Ben and Ella Kanahele became stewards of their island's fate. With Nishikaichi's mission poised to intercept its tranquility, Nihawans, once passive hands, became resolute defenders. As days succumbed to confrontation's night, the island's spirit was tested by the promise of freedom colliding with the specter of division. In the arena of Nihao's natural theater, the Kanahele's tale unfolded, a testament to a legacy of bravery birthed from love. Ben, armed with an unwavering resolve, hurled himself into the fray, deflecting the shadow of war with his life's penance. Even when adversary wrought wounds upon him, his flame of defiance burned, guided by Ella's tireless might. Her spirit fortified their stand, turning the tide with sacred vigilance, a chorus of courage that echoed through time's continuum. When dawn finally welcomed the reclaimed tide of peace, Nihao gathered itself from conflict's ashes. The remnants of battle lingered in the whispers of the ocean breeze and the passing glances of the island's kin. As they began the intricate path of healing and reconciliation, the islanders fathomed the profound depth of their journey, a dance between indelible tradition and the pulse of survival. Though victory's spoils claimed no land beyond their island, within Nihao's borders lay the seeds of an altered legacy. The Nihao Incident, an obscure footnote in the symphony of global wartime history, became a mirror to the collective resilience embedded within human spirit's kaleidoscope. Here, in the quiet heart of the Pacific, the island wrote its elegy to endurance, embedding the lessons of survival, unity, and unfaltering strength into the marrow of its future. Tales of Nihao's ordeal resonated far from its tranquil shores, carried across the world's expanse by the winds of discourse. In its kaleidoscope of whispered alliances and shifting identities lay the contours of larger global themes. Deliberations on loyalty and ethnic identity traced Nihao's contours, echoing within debates on secrecy, freedom, and the measures of war-born precaution. As fate paved new trajectories across a war-torn world, Nihao's story held a weighty place within dialogues on humanity's continual evolution. The narratives of its endeavor transcended its obscurity, and so too did its echoes resound, woven into the fabric of cultural memory, preserved in the honeyed oral traditions that defied time's erasure. In this island sanctuary where voices mingled with the heartbeat of the earth, the quiet echoes continued to shape Nihao's essence. Here, under skies painted by the sun's eternal brush, the memory of past trials colored the present tapestry, reminding each generation to hold fast to their sacred heritage amid the tumultuous arcs of time's ceaseless dance. Nihao, gentle yet unyielding, remains a beacon of enduring spirit amidst the flowing tides of change, a bastion of cherished tradition wrapped within the mysteries of a world reshaped by history's eternal embrace. Thule Island, nestled among the enigmatic South Sandwich Islands, beckons to the curious with its elusive nature and mysterious allure. Shrouded often in mist, this remote piece of land has long captured the imaginations of explorers and researchers since its first recorded discovery in 1775. Despite its coordinates being fixed on maps, Thule's very form and shores persistently transform, sculpted by the relentless volcanic forces that define this isolated archipelago. Such unique geological formations contribute to an atmosphere that feels otherworldly, a living testament to the Earth's ceaseless rhythms and the enduring influence of natural forces. For centuries, the island's peculiar dynamics have been whispered about among mariners and adventurers alike, its existence paradoxically both stable and in constant upheaval. It prompts those who study it to ask profound questions about the nature of our world. Is Thule simply a solitary entity, or does it form part of a larger tapestry woven from innumerable geological events? The island stands as a compelling symbol of nature's transformative power, inviting those who visit or study it to ponder deeper mysteries of earth, spirit, and human understanding. In sharing Thule's story, we unlock a narrative rich with shifting shores, age-old myths, and unexplored realms, all unfolding in a manner that nurtures curiosity and contemplation. The saga of Thule Island began with its first sighting by Captain James Cook in 1775. His voyage set the stage for future explorers drawn to the island's untamed allure. Encountered amid inhospitable seas, Cook's description painted a picture of a fragmented landscape shrouded in fog, sparking stories of distant lands striving to remain hidden from human discovery. His charts provided the foundation for maps and expeditions that followed. Yet Thule's geology posed challenges no mere map could fully capture, as the island continued to shift its shape like a phantom weaving in the mist. Subsequent expeditions have traversed the path made by Cook, each seeking to unravel the island's mysteries while confronting its myriad challenges. Some voyagers discovered landscapes vastly different from those described by their predecessors, while others questioned the island's very existence due to its ephemeral nature. These accounts wove a web of legend around Thule, with tales of explorers who failed to find their way back, adding intrigue to this elusive land. As such, Thule Island became both a geographical puzzle and an emblem of the sea's capriciousness, meriting awe and respect from those daring to wander its shores. At the heart of Thule Island lies a fiery volcanic engine, responsible for the island's shifting and mutable coastlines. The dormant Mount Larsen volcano sits at its core, a sleeping giant that influences and alters Thule's geographical identity. This volcanic epicenter pushes and pulls against the shores, renewing tides and reshaping coastlines with a geological symphony conducted by elements both seen and unseen. Eruptions and lava flows send ripples through the surrounding Atlantic waters, orchestrating a perpetual cycle of creation and destruction. The interaction of volcanic fire and oceanic water creates a landscape in eternal flux, a dance of elements that personifies the cycle of life itself. As lave meets the bounding ocean, land expands, reforms, and appears to relent, contributing to the island's ghostly aesthetic of vanishing and emerging shores. Thul's ever-changing topography whispers the poetry of transformation, embodying the essence of newfound beginnings within each igneous eruption. This elemental ballet kindles the imagination, suggesting a deep connection between Earth's breath and our spiritual journeys, every transformation giving rise to the coastline's ceaseless metamorphosis. The Southern Ocean flows through the South Sandwich Islands, its formidable tides swirling around Thule and lending their tempo to the life on the island and the shape of its shores. The island's landscape becomes an evolving canvas, cradled by an unseen hand that crafts and redefines the air, earth, and water around it. These mighty tides offer a tangible testament to the universe's rhythmic cycle of ebb and flow, of giving and taking. In this geographical setting, more than physical phenomena occur. Thule's tides symbolize the ephemeral and its intricate web of existence and impermanence. The interplay underscores Earth's interconnectedness, serving as a poignant reminder that we are all bound by cosmic cycles, regardless of time or place. Exploring the tide's effects on Thule invites us to glimpse the invisible dance wherein liquid fingers sculpt and mold the island, enhancing our appreciation for the passage of time and its insistent, patient hand. Here, within these waters, lies an opportunity for connecting with nature's dynamic and meditative qualities, a journey inward through the currents of reflection. Navigating Thule Island presents a puzzle for cartographers, a mercurial challenge posed by its ever-shifting shores, defying permanent representation on any map. Over centuries, adventurers have embarked upon the daunting task of capturing its geographical coordinates, only to find their endeavors continuously undone by the island's transformation. This volatile mystery has led to bewildered mapping attempts, as each expedition encounters landforms that defy classification. Beyond mere geographic instability, Thule Island becomes emblematic of humanity's struggle to comprehend and make sense of nature's complexities. Each map claiming to capture its elusive shores speaks to our innate need to organize and classify, a need meeting its ultimate limit in the face of Thule's defiance. Cartographers documenting the island's fluid history reveal insights into our collective desire to grasp the unattainable and lend permanence to the transient, a quest traversed through creativity and an unquenchable sense of wonder. The treacherous waters surrounding Thule have lured countless sailors into their embrace, resulting in shipwrecks that echo through maritime lore like haunting ballads. The island's obscured coastlines and sudden storms symbolize more than physical peril. They demarcate the boundary between man's navigation and the ocean's impenetrable sovereignty. Each wreck stands as a chronicle of humanity's ambition and nature's unforgiving power. Episodes memorialized by wooden remains scattered among reefs like spectral shadows. Yet within these tragedies lie tales of resilience, as stories of survival and endurance emerge from the wreckage. Marooned on Thule's forbidding shores, castaways faced the dual trials of hostile landscapes and their own inner reckoning. In isolation, they rediscovered primal faculties long dormant in civilization's embrace, finding solace and wisdom within the island's ethereal solitude. These narratives remain a testament to the limitless resilience of the human spirit venturing into uncharted worlds, both external and inwardly reflective. Thule Island's flora and fauna enrich the island, subsisting in this harsh volcanic environment. Resilient mosses and lichens cling to gray slopes, offering patches of green against the stark landscape, while hardy grasses thrive wherever conditions permit. These small, tenacious plant communities illustrate nature's astonishing ability to find harmony amid adversity, crafting a living tapestry of resilience echoed through every blade rising toward barren skies. Further resonance exists in the island's wildlife, with secluded colonies of seabirds nesting in sanctuaries among the cliffs, their cries reverberating against the chiseled rock. Amid rugged waves, a marine ecosystem teems in an intricate web of life, a stark yet delicate persistence amidst unyielding challenges. The island's biodiversity, though modest, underscores the interconnectedness of Earth's ecosystems, where each element contributes to a symphony of coexistence. Observing Thul's eco-network offers communion with nature's relentless pursuit of growth and survival amid formidable trials. Thule Island's draw extends beyond geography into myth and lore, capturing the imagination as a liminal place in storytelling. Rooted in ancient nautical tales, Thule occupies precarious territory, part corporeal, part ethereal, a nebulous island shaping and inspiring fantastical narratives. Analogies with mythic lands like Atlantis conjure visions of realms untouched by time, ever arousing those who search, and always ever ethereal. These myths intertwine with humanity's collective consciousness, speaking to spiritual mysteries and our inclination towards elusive paradises and philosophical quandaries. Through tales spun around Thule Island, we ponder the cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth, analogies linking earthly existence with higher planes of contemplation. Explorers consider Thule's timeless mystique not simply as an obstacle, but as a metaphorical narrative through which humanity uncovers our yearning for the unknowable. Illuminating the skies above Thule Island is the aurora australis, southern lights, their brilliance enshrining the landscape in grandeur. These celestial veils bestow the harshly sculptured land beneath with ethereal wonder, weaving cosmic tapestries against the vast star-speckled dome. Here, at the crossroad of land and sky, beauty emerges where the two converge, a testament to nature's artistic spirit and the marvel of cosmic mysteries. Beholding the aurora illuminating Thule is akin to witnessing the cosmos honor its connection with Earth, a radiant dance uniting day and night, past and present, terrestrial and divine. Observing these otherworldly displays inspires awe, an invitation to journey deeper within oneself, in search of light hidden behind veils of shadow. The aurora whispers of clandestine revelations, mysteries cloaked within life's daily fabric, where enlightenment awaits those open to the divine truths flickering beyond darkness. Drifting with icy grace, watchdog icebergs silently guard Thule Island's perimeter, their sheer enormity a sight to behold. These floating sentinels of the frigid waters enhance the island's enigmatic mystique, serving as reminders of time's passage and the tales embedded within their frozen cores. Sculpted by nature into astonishing spectacles, these ancient colossi cradle memories spanning centuries, stories of maritime encounters and encounters, echoing the island's allure through time. In their solemn might lie intricate, multifaceted refrains that resonate with the reflection of thoughts and introspection. Each glacier-crowned behemoth symbolizes disruption, followed by insight. Fragility juxtaposed against enduring resilience. As they navigate the physical realm and subconscious awareness, these imposing icebergs mirror time's relentless flow and the profound potential cocooned within latent thoughts. Through their presence, humanity is reminded of life's tenuous nature, and its infinite kaleidoscope of possibilities. Seafarers traversing near Thule offer diverse perspectives, voiced through logs and journals describing the island's captivating yet tempestuous character. Their reflections capture Thule's dynamic essence: ever-changing coastlines, towering cliffs, and turbulent seas molded by winds that whisper of phantoms. For these sailors, Thule exudes an aura tinged with promise and peril, revealing itself as a beguiling guide straddling the boundaries of sea and land, known and unknown, dreams and waking reality. Within these reflections rests the key to understanding Thule: the insight that every journey challenges established perceptions. The island tests, inspires, and humbles, urging one to reconsider limitations and transcend barriers. Seafarers' stories of epic voyages to Thule serve to sustain its mystique for future generations. They share echoes of cultural and personal transformation, sparked by journeys informed by intrigue, courage, and a profound connection to nature's silent symphony. Thule Island, an icon of nature's fluidity, also finds its fate enthralled by the vast canvas of climate change. The melting polar caps and warming seas reshape both the island's form and the delicately balanced ecosystems within. Rising sea levels and shifting weather patterns alter narratives rooted in this magical isle, a smaller story interwoven with broader planetary shifts, beckoning awareness and understanding of Earth's mutual dependence. As climate change encroaches, Thule's identity becomes blurred between ephemerality and fragility, echoes of myths intertwining with reality. These dynamics prompt critical reflection on humanity's role in the cosmic dance, emphasizing conscious stewardship amidst such changes. Exploring Thule's story in relation to climate change emphasizes the magnitude and responsibility of historical progression, urging harmony and reverence toward our shared home. A reminder of the ethical crux of our existence amidst a profound, interconnected experience. Amid centuries steeped in maritime history, scientific expedition, and wonder, Thule Island sustains an intrigue tethered to modern mystery. Recent advances in technology and exploration seek to uncover the secrets past generations could not fully grasp. Yet Thule remains protected by zoning restrictions and environmental safeguards, preserving its wondrous ecosystems and geological treasures from exploitation's corrosive grasp. Within this delicate balance resides an appreciation that Thule represents both artifact and living entity, encapsulating life's fleeting beauty as well as its enduring relevance. Honoring the limits of human exploration while respecting nature's overarching design may offer insights cloaked within the island's hidden harmonies, perspectives that redefine humanity's connection with the world. Embracing Thule's mysteries opens new vistas of understanding, celebrating this remote island sanctuary with mindful reverence. The tranquil sea stretched endlessly, shimmering under the tropical sun, as if eternity had spilled itself across the horizon. Here, where waves whispered ancient secrets and the breeze sang lullabies, began a tale of survival, unity, and the boundless spirit of human resilience. The island of East Fayu, though a small speck nestled in the vast expanse of the Pacific, was destined to become more than just a geographic entity. It would transform into a stage where the indomitable character of humanity played out against nature's whims. In 1965, a routine journey took an unexpected turn, setting the scene for an adventure reminiscent of mythical odysseys, yet bearing the raw immediacy of human struggle. A yacht crew, each one defined by unique backgrounds, yet united by the universal bonds of survival, found themselves castaways on this remote piece of Micronesia, their vessel anchored within uncertainty, teetering between despair and hope. Mystical winds and unexpected fates guided them to East Fayu, a place where they would learn to listen to the island's heartbeat and carve out an existence amidst the untamed wilderness. East Fayu, an almost negligible dot within the vast expanse of the Pacific, stood as a coral atoll largely forsaken by time and cartographers alike. Its presence, scarcely a whisper amidst the clamor of larger, more inviting lands, offered a sanctuary of silence where nature reigned in unchallenged supremacy. Formed thousands of years ago by the labor of tiny organisms, the atoll embodied the skeletal remnants of an ancient submerged volcano, cradling a lagoon with colors that rivaled the sky. Beyond its geographical allure, East Fayu exuded mystique, a place almost forgotten by civilization, yet teeming with life. The cyclical flow of tides dictated the tempo of its ecosystem. Its flora, salt-tolerant and resilient, spoke of adaptation and survival. Indigenous birds, perhaps the sole constants among its ephemeral guests, filled the air with their calls, weaving an audible tapestry that affirmed the continuity of life amidst isolation. In this world of water and sky, East Fayu became both a test and a testament to humanity's tenacity. The sea, a mosaic of motion and possibility, beckons those daring enough to challenge its expanses. It was into these boundless waters that a yacht embarked, its crew eager for exploration and the promise of adventure. The sun-kissed decks carried dreams and aspirations, but unbeknownst to them, the journey would soon compel a transformation from pleasure seekers to resilient survivors. As the yacht plied the waters, a sudden twist of fate diverted its path toward an uncharted destiny. The sea, ever capricious, shifted its demeanor. What began as a serene voyage quickly unfurled into a tale of survival. This imperceptible shift led the crew to East Fayu, a place where maps faltered and the human spirit would be thoroughly tested. The original itinerary, once as clear as the blue sky above, dissolved in the face of nature's unpredictable whims, leaving the crew at the mercy of the elements and their own resourcefulness. The island, cloaked in mystery and isolation, greeted the weary travelers with perplexing stillness. The shores of East Fayu, caressed by gentle waves, provided the first real grounding after the turbulent uncertainties of the sea. Here, amidst the bleached sands and whispering winds, they realized that what was supposed to be a brief misadventure had morphed into an extended ordeal of survival and hope. This silent expanse of earth and sea, initially foreboding, began to reveal its bounty and boundless challenges. Rich in unseen potential, East Fayu was a world woven of contrasts: lush vegetation and sparse resources, idyllic scenery and harsh realities. The island, in its vast silence, became both adversary and accomplice, driving home the stark reality of the castaways' new existence, one dictated by nature's rhythms and underscored by ingenuity and sheer will. Reality, often masquerading as certainty, can shatter with the abruptness of a storm, leaving behind an unforgiving landscape that demands immediate adaptation. For the shipwrecked crew of East Fayu, the familiar comforts of civilization were but fragmented memories, rapidly replaced by an ingrained survival instinct. The island's grandeur provided nothing to reward other than indifference to human presence. It made no easy concessions to their plight. Faced with this stark truth, survival replaced luxury as the order of the day. Necessities, once taken for granted, transformed into relentless pursuits. Freshwater, food, and shelter became intertwined with daily existence. The tranquil lagoon teemed with fish, offering sustenance while quietly echoing lessons in patience and persistence. The castaways learned to navigate this delicate balance, creating from strife a narrative of resilience and adaptation, preserving sanity and hope amidst insurmountable odds. With nightfall descending upon East Fayu, the need for shelter became not only a necessity, but an art of innovation. The untamed wilderness did not yield easily. It tested both ingenuity and will. Palm fronds whispered ancient secrets to those who dared to listen, weaving leaves together to resist the elements' caprices. Driftwood remnants became frames upon which safety and warmth were anchored. The island offered no ready-made sanctuary. It asked for reconciliation and creativity. Guided by a primal instinct for self-preservation, the crew crafted dwellings that blended seamlessly into the natural landscape, testaments to their bond and woven tapestries of resourcefulness. Each boundary between man and nature was blurred in creations both intricate and essential, echoing a dialogue as ancient as time between humans and the earth beneath their feet. When civilization recedes, leaving only the bare landscape of survival, sustenance becomes an intricate dance, a measured exchange between Earth and its inhabitants. Devoid of familiar conveniences, the castaways turned toward East Fayu to meet their elemental needs. The sea's bounty became both a mentor and sacrificer, offering life in abundance, yet extracting effort and patience as recompense. Every simple meal turned into a feast, a celebration of efforts rewarded. Each coconut harvested spoke of diligence. Each prepared meal was an ode to resilience, weaving a rhythm into their existence that defined survival in its most primal form. The landscape offered guidance through its fruits and waters, nurturing not only bodies, but igniting the spirit of perseverance. In learning to live in harmony with East Fayu, the boundary between necessity and fulfillment blurred, revealing a world as promising as the horizon. Survival requires more than mere existence. It demands the creation of a community, the weaving of a social fabric resilient to the strains of isolation. As days unfolded, the castaways forged bonds as deep as the ocean surrounding them. Born from necessity, their relationships evolved into a micro-society, thriving despite isolation's confines. Each individual lent unique skills and strengths, becoming essential threads within the community tapestry. Conflict gave way to collaboration as they navigated the complexities of life within their self-styled Eden. This social communion, formed amidst adversity, became a buoy, an anchor in unpredictable waters. Herein lay the art of survival, not solely found in warmth or shelter, but nurtured within a collective spirit that could endure the harshest boundaries. Isolation is a sculptor, shaping minds and hearts, drawing lines between solitude and fellowship. On East Fayu, where the human presence ebbed into sea silence, castaways were confronted by the sweeping psychological landscape of their predicament. Alone, yet together, they ventured into inner realms as unexplored as the island itself, encountering both challenge and clarity. The synergy of fellowship emerged as both balm and beacon. Their shared narrative wove a tapestry against darkness, thoughts spoken aloud against the silent void. The solace of community countered pervasive isolation, with each shared triumph or trial cementing bonds deeper than words. As they journeyed within and without, the line between mindscape and landscape blurred, crafting an enduring testament to both human resilience and unity's indefinable power. Time on East Fayu transcended clocks and calendars, acquiring a broader visage that swirled into eternity painted by nature's hand. Estranged from civilization's cadence, The castaways lived within a nameless chronology amidst the spinning cosmos. Each day became an eternity of routine and profound reflection, where nature's rhythms dictated existence's flow. Time transformed into a gentle companion, fostering introspection and revelations. Navigating realms of existence on East Fayu, the castaways found freedom in timeless moments, shifting from conventional constraints into landscapes of infinite tomorrows. Desperation and hope stirred an ancient art of communication, one driven not by words, but symbols etched into nature's canvas. East Fayu's sands, messages transcended syllables, manifesting as signals born of necessity and creativity. These etched cries reached beyond isolation, a human connection casting net into the universe. Beyond struggling to reach civilization, these signals represented broader communion, a dialogue with unseen forces beyond comprehension. This communication dance, earthbound yet ethereal, unveiled interplay between hope and helplessness, where each pattern traced on sand resonated with stories whispered on the wind. Within East Fayu lay a boundless trove of ancient teachings, whispered by flora and fauna of an untamed world. As castaways endeavored to understand their home, the island communicated in nature's language, offering a curriculum unscripted by human hands. The gentle sway of palms, myriad lagoon shades, and endless sky formed a classroom demanding humility. This learning tapestry wove understanding of the natural world with human spirit insight. The island's lessons, filled with patience and persistence of the earth itself, offered guidance beyond physical survival, clarity to the heart and wisdom to the mind. Amidst the chorus of life and time, castaways learned to listen, align, and thrive within existence's delicate dance. Adversity carves paths unseen, shaping destinies where potential blooms stark against struggle's backdrop. For East Fayu's castaways, each challenge offered an opportunity, a crucible refining their character, strength, and spirit. The island demanded resilience, forging individuals harmonious with their environment and attuned to their inner selves. This transformation, whispered in soul-stirring quiet, emerged in survival stories woven of adversity. Trials carved by elements and nurtured by necessity birthed resilience, a testament to boundless human potential sculpted by adversity's transformative power. In East Fayu's sustenance quest, castaways retraced paths tread by mariners and island dwellers. Survival demanded innovation, rooted not in technology, but in ancient wisdom of those who walked the earth before. Sustenance and shelter quests rediscovered time-tested methods, reconnecting with ancient knowledge through living art. The island, muse and mentor, inspired inventions blending intuitive and practical. Coconuts reimagined as vessels, palm fronds interwoven as shields. These creations, born from ingenuity and time-honored techniques, echoed humanity's shared journey. Each act of creation retraced and illuminated paths, intertwining innovation and tradition to reinforce the unyielding human spirit. Existing intimately with nature bestows acute awareness of its signs and omens, a lexicon as old as time itself. On East Fayu, undistracted by civilization, castaways became earth listeners, attuned to cues whispered by the island's rhythms. These signs, squalls, breezes, lone bird tracks, guided their survival odyssey. Beyond weather or scarcity, these omens spoke of greater resonance, an innate connection to life's interwoven narratives. Each sign enriched understanding of tangible and intangible, instilling reverence for the universe's perpetual conversation. On East Fayu, foreknowledge driven by respect and observation became invaluable in their venture. Under vast star canopies, with ocean lullabies soothing them, thoughts turned inward, delving into consciousness rarely explored. Reflective moments, gifts of adversity and isolation, offered sacred introspection amid survival. Living on East Fayu led each individual down self-discovery paths, journeys aligned with the island's spirit. Beneath the enduring sky, an ever-watchful solitude witness, self-exploration became a rite of passage, honoring light and shadow. Each contemplative encounter polished internal landscape facets, refining insights and deepening understanding. The island and sea guardians fostered revelation between consciousness and unseen, a journey towards equilibrium and self-discovery. Isolation, stark yet transformative, uncovers soul veils. For East Fayu's castaways, seclusion stripped complexities, leaving essence of existence. Beyond survival instincts, solitude unveiled hidden strengths, nurturing wisdom and clarity. Natural introspection encouraged profound dialogue growth. Unburdened by modernity, truths emerged illuminated by solitude's crucible. The island, reflecting the human journey, enriched struggle and horizons, laying bare subtleties defining and empowering human condition. As days turned to weeks, the island became both stage and counselor, supportive, stern, patient. East Fayu nurtured castaway unity, intertwined survival through necessity and purpose. Balancing existence, they discovered unity's strength, beauty born when separate harmonized with together. The island's silence witnessed common purpose evolution and hearts learning synchronization. Tasks faced challenges, weaving unity threads, crafting bonds resilient and enduring. Their community, shaped by collaboration, confirmed a truth. Within shared covenant lies the adversity path, spoken in unity's ancient language. In East Fayu's quiet redemption symphony, each wave whispered reconciliation between humanity and nature. The castaways embarked on a journey toward acceptance and rebirth, acknowledging past disconnects to discover intrinsic renewal. The island's rhythms guided alignment with Earth and each other. Embracing East Fayu's teachings, they crafted renewed bonds with planet cycles. Ocean echoes, soothing eternally, urged personal redemption, a healing of wounds through nature's unconditional forgiveness. Deep grace emanated from acknowledgement and respect, an embrace of silence reconciling humanity and Earth's ancient covenant. In untouched clamor voids, the universe whispers truths and dreams into solitude's embrace. As East Fayu pulsed with starlit nights, castaways transcended earthly confines, opening to dreams within tranquil haven. These reveries, vivid and profound, layered unspoken thoughts into night's tapestry, a cosmic offering. Universe whispers and reflections united, East Fayu emerged as more than land, conduit for deeper understanding. Dreams, unfurling shores, revealed forgotten layers offering revelations and truths, inviting castaways to partake in wisdom beyond paths. Dreams wove dialogue, universe whispers creating unseen roadmaps to salvation. In nature's stage concert, myriad voices shape coexistence narratives, themes echoed through castaways and East Fayu's wildlife interactions. Birds, crabs, unseen denizens became neighbors, survival and harmony actors weaving boundless song. Observing delicate choreography fostered life dance respect and balance pursuit. Hesitant interactions nurtured understanding. Castaways learned cohabitation from seabirds navigating winds and fish weaving sea tapestries. Lessons, echoes of balance and respect, threaded survival yarns with nature's dialogue, ensconcing them in interconnectedness narratives. Within isolation's heart lies divine communion ground, unseen by modern life's dissonance. Castaways, adrift in East Fayu's embrace, experienced spiritual revelations, eternal whispers unfurling. This connection provided solace, clarity, guidance from realms unfathomable yet immediate. Spiritual journeys twined through actions, as mundane as breeze acknowledgement or wave meditation hum. These unveiled deeper truths, granting awareness and enlightenment. East Fayu, a silent guide, fostered divine conversations, honoring promises of understanding and grace through nature's melody. Viewing through sacred eyes acknowledges mundane sanctuaries, a concept epitomized by East Fayu. This untamed sanctuary offered a sacred space where mysteries lay revealed to reverent hearts. Castaways, drawn by circumstance into consecrated space, entwined understanding threads within island peace. In accepting East Fayu's serenity gift, they communed with ancient forces of coral, sand, and sky, whispers reaffirming humanity's heritage. Here, solace found by countless refuge seekers in isolated sanctuaries. The island, unimposing, a sacred portal shepherding inhabitants to revelations. Every castaway tale holds an inescapable question. Why? Why this island? Why now? East Fayu, like other enigmas, challenges hearts to unveil story mysteries spun by chance. Castaways embraced questions, allowing illumination through uncertainty towards growth and understanding. Answers, elusive yet near, encompass personal and universal. Castaway stories unite disparate narratives in truth quests. Struggle-resplendent stories echo human experience resonance, mysteries unveiled on shores cloaked in memory. In Castaway, why lies human endeavor seeking, understanding amid nature's design. East Fayu's castaways returned, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Their journey, etched into time's gentle brush or winds of fate, concluded yet endured within each step. Departing East Fayu left behind survival's salvation and revelation testament, lessons eternally etched into souls. East Fayu, though physically left, remained within, a sacred witness to evolving odyssey. Challenges faced now transformed into wisdom for unknown paths. Adieu shared with island-cradling discourse sensed deeper covenant. Person, earth, humanity, universe. As they departed, invisible journey continued, lessons learned on sacred sands alive like stars within expanding sky. Henderson Island, a forgotten jewel adrift in the boundless expanse of the Pacific, stands as a testament to the confluence of isolation and enigma. Brushed by azure waves and cloaked in verdant mystery, this remote outpost of the Pitcairn Group whispers tales of solitude, endurance, and a nature as indifferent as it is beautiful. Crossing into a realm where time appears to stand still, one is drawn to contemplate the blurred lines between survival and the improbable. Despite its allure, Henderson is renowned for its stark inhospitability. This untouched land, a canvas of jagged limestone and dense forest, offers little of what humanity needs to sustain the delicate dance of life. The island's annals, written by the hands of explorers and castaways alike, invite introspection on what it means to survive on a terrain where even time seems reluctant to trespass. Across a span of ocean vastness, over 5,000 kilometers from any continental cradle, Henderson Island asserts its geographic singularity. A landscape born of solitude, it once caught the keen eyes of distant mariners, only to remain largely untouched, a distant shadow in the chronicles of European exploration. Discovered by Pedro Fernández de Quirós in 1606, its unyielding environment discouraged habitations and caused its mysteries to deepen with each passing year, intriguing those drawn to the world's remote edges. The specter of the Essex and its ill-fated crew casts shadows over Henderson's storied past. In 1820, the whaling ship, destined for the pages of literary lore, met its tragic end when a leviathan of the deep sent it to oblivion. Cast adrift, her crew found themselves stranded on Henderson's unforgiving shores, their tales a chronicle of hope battered by the relentless hand of survival. Their ordeal, etched into maritime folklore, blurs fiction and reality, igniting the imagination that inspired Herman Melville's Moby Dick. Life's bare essentials became elusive phantoms, driving these souls into the depths of nature's crucible, revealing their resolve amidst despair's shadow. The solitude of Henderson is a crucible of psychological exploration, an echo chamber of the human spirit's trials. Here, the human mind is laid bare, tormented by thirst and hunger, and besieged by the primal fears of isolation. For those marooned upon its shores, mental tenacity became as vital as any tangible resource, a journey into the self where hope was both a beacon and a burden. Henderson Island, in its isolation, serves as both a sanctuary and a prison, where resilience is forged in nature's unsentimental forge. In its natural state, Henderson Island presents an enigma, a trove of biodiversity concealed within a facade of serenity and struggle. Its endemic flora and fauna, phenomena in their own right, provide little solace to those seeking sustenance. The land teems with life, yet offers scant nutrition for those who challenge its sovereignty. Amidst the cacophony of avian existence and the muted resonance of an untouched ecosystem, humans find themselves as mere trespassers on a living tableau that defies human conquest. Yet the island beckons with its timeless allure, a paradox of strength and fragility in a world of ecological exclusivity where the anthropogenic footprint increasingly scars its pristine shores. The plastic tides of human industry wash upon its isolation, a reminder of distant worlds and shared stewardship. Efforts to preserve its untouched nature ignite a dialogue on humanity's role in safeguarding such sanctuaries, an essential meditation on balance and reverence for life. Despite the seeming permanence of its wilderness, Henderson shelters whispers of a forgotten human touch. Archaeological vestiges tell the story of Polynesian mariners who once danced upon its shores. Brief though their stay, their presence speaks to an age of exploration and adaptability, leaving behind tantalizing clues of a people attuned to the whispers of the ocean. These relics ground the island's narrative in human resilience, a testament to navigational prowess that dared the vast Pacific's indifference. Modern science remains enamored with Henderson's ecological revelations, a unique laboratory still largely untrammeled by humanity's advance. Declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site, this isolated realm invites scientific inquiry into the mysteries of evolution, biodiversity, and the intricate symphony of island life. The barriers posed by its seclusion amplify the challenges of exploration, reinforcing the reverence scientists have for its untapped knowledge and the purity of its environments. The paradox of its untouched ecosystem is stark when viewed against the trials faced by those who wash upon its shores. Henderson Island's stories of castaways strike at the heart of human resilience, a narrative sewn into the fabric of survival where each account weaves a tale of human ingenuity, confronted by nature's indifferent grandeur. Lessons of perseverance resonate within every story. Their echo a reminder of humanity's unyielding resolve against adversity's harsh embrace. The ocean forms both a barrier and a bridge to the wider world, a formidable baptism for those seeking escape from Henderson's embrace. As with the torrents that surrounded past mariners, the seas that encircle the island remain an ever-present force in the narrative of survival and salvation. Henderson's waters are a ribbon of potential deliverance and threat, demanding reckoning from those who dare to meet their capricious whim. The skies above, heedless of human endeavor, cast their own trials upon the island's visitors. The weather is a relentless sculptor of experience. Tropical storms, oppressive heat, and the relentless gaze of the sun carve the island's identity. Each weathered soul must navigate these elements, forging an existence amidst nature's tumultuous unpredictability, where a single cloudburst can shift the dynamics of existence profoundly. In its storied history, Henderson Island emerges as a theme in literary exploration, casting long shadows across the pages of human narrative. Beyond Melville's infamous tale, its essence inspires reflections on isolation, perseverance, and the indomitable will to endure. Through fantastical and factual reckonings, authors and dreamers alike find in once forsaken lands a muse, a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and most ardent hopes. As climate change casts uncertain dice, Henderson stands vulnerable to the whims of a warming world. Rising seas and shifting currents threaten its delicate ecology, illustrating broader environmental narratives. The island's plight demands consideration and action, urging us to heed the dictates of conservation and the lessons embedded in its untouched history. The island remains a metaphor for the human condition's unfathomable depths, where the journey to understand oneself converges with the exploration of natural wonders. As a reflection of endurance and discovery, Henderson Island becomes more than a physical space. It branches into our collective consciousness as an eternal meditation on survival. With each story unearthed, Henderson offers glimpses of worlds untold, a sanctuary where the old tales of strife and endurance merge with those yet to be conceived. In the quietude of its untouched shores, and beneath the canopy of its enduring mystique, lies a space for reflection. An invitation to walk paths where human spirit converses with the infinite, where each step leads deeper into the enigma of our shared narrative. As waves lap gently against its sand, Henderson leaves us with a final thought, a reminder of how little we understand and how much the world still has to reveal. Thus, Henderson Island remains, at once hidden and revealed within the vastness of the Pacific, its stories inviting us to journey inward and outward, beyond the confines of time, as seekers on a quest for the heart of nature that touches upon the human soul. The frozen expanse of the Arctic, a realm that wears its icy desolation as a shroud of mystery, has long whispered secrets of uncharted lands. Tales of phantom islands manifesting amidst the white wilderness weave through the fabric of human imagination, preserving their enigma like stories preserved in the frost. Among these legends is the tale born from the annals of the Crocker Land Expedition, an odyssey into the Arctic's heart that sought to transform shadows on the horizon into discovered truths. Our journey through this enigmatic narrative unveils not only the tangible world of Arctic exploration, but also the profound depths of human perception, where certainty and illusion dance like the northern lights. The saga of the Crocker Land Expedition kindles with the fiery passion of discovery, spurred into existence by the figure of George Crocker, a patron of Arctic ventures. Named in his honor, the expedition aimed to follow a claim by the polar explorer Robert E. Peary, who reported a vast landmass hovering beyond the northern reaches, seen in a fleeting moment through his telescope. As Peary gazed across the endless ice, he spoke of Crocker Land, a vision that called to adventurers longing to uncover what lay beyond the mapped world. Peary's proclamation stirred imaginations and bolstered the belief in hidden lands veiled by Arctic mist. The promise of undiscovered territory, a tantalizing whisper on the polar winds, gathered a collective of spirited explorers and scientists under the leadership of Donald Baxter McMillan. This cadre of brave souls, united by the desire to chart and document the elusive, carried forward on a vessel laden with supplies and aspirations, setting sail toward destiny. The ship, charting a course into the Arctic wilderness during the summer of 1913, became not just a vehicle of exploration, but a vessel cradling the dreams of its crew. The sea, restless and treacherous, mingled with the hopes of those aboard, their hearts buoyed by the possibility of a new chapter in the annals of discovery. Yet the Arctic is a capricious partner, her icy embrace both invigorating and perilous. As the expedition made its way through icy corridors, confronting nature's stark challenges became the creed by which they survived. Frigid temperatures and relentless winds tested the mettle of these explorers, yet within each adversity lay the promise of revelations waiting to be unearthed. The narrative illuminates, through anecdotes and journal entries, the endurance required to navigate a landscape where frostbite and hypothermia linger as lurking specters. Illusions, it seemed, were the Arctic's most enduring legacy, for as the expedition neared its intended discovery zone, the land promised by Peary remained elusive. The Arctic mirage, Fata Morgana, wove its tapestry of deception, elevating entire islands over the frozen horizon only to spirit them away, leaving mere shadows where once they seemed to exist. This phenomenon plotted a course beyond physical maps, weaving between reality and perception, blurring the boundary of what was seen and what was imagined. The interplay between excitement and skepticism became the sustenance of the crew, as each day at sea swelled with the push and pull of human longing. Our exploration through the accounts of the expedition's journals captures this ethereal dance, recording the tension of seeking something just beyond the arc of human understanding. The vision of raised shorelines and cliff crests teased their senses, reminding them of the mind's capacity to find earthly shadows where longing desires to see them. Even as the horizon opened like a book with each slow dawn, failure to locate solid ground where the phantom island was meant to appear unraveled emotions tightly wound by the desire for discovery. In these moments, Crocker Land transforms from a destination into an exploration of resolve, its absence a reminder of the journey's true nature, the embrace of uncertainty and belief amidst the breathtaking expanse. Returning from the brink of this phantom, the retreat narrated through diaries and recorded thoughts tells a story not of loss, but of reckoning. For what is failure if it deepens understanding? Lessons in humility and acceptance bloom where phantom islands do not. The explorers, their hearts brimming with the harsh beauty of the Arctic, returned changed, having voyaged beyond certainty into the realm of personal introspection. Within this story, woven into the Arctic's icy embrace, lies not only the pursuit of knowledge and mapping unseen territories, but also an enfolding understanding of our limitations and the stories we tell. The synaptic light between empirical evidence and the ethereal world of vision illuminates the path through nature's grand illusions. These encounters, to cartographers and explorers alike, redefine boundaries, teaching that lines drawn on maps can never exist in isolation from the wonder of perception. Even as the Arctic mystery of Crocker Land slipped away into legend, its presence endures as a symbol of challenges faced and dreams pursued, whispering into the voyage of every explorer riding the line between what is known and unknown. This journey reiterates that discovery lies not just in conquering land, but in understanding more deeply the mind's compass, which charts territories unseen. Under the Arctic's vaulted skies, where frigid lore and human ambition intertwine, stories like these continue to ignite the imagination, compelling all who hear them to venture forth, seeking not mere islands, but the larger truths nestled within the heart of humanity itself. In the vast mosaic of the Pacific Ocean lies Guguan, an elusive beacon of mystery and wonder nestled among the Mariana Islands. Known to those few who ventured close as the Fire Island, Guguan has captivated the imagination of sailors and scholars for generations. Its volatile temperament, marked by the Earth's rumbling heart and the dance of volcanic plumes, shrouded this land in a veil of enigma, eluding cartographers and explorers alike. The saga of Guguan began with whispers, murmurs that floated across oceans through sailors' tales and fragmented logs. Early navigators, drawn to this spectral place, chronicled a forlorn island veiled in mist and crowned with smoke, a land forever perched on the threshold between myth and reality. Guguan, they spoke of, was a dangerous locale, both feared and revered, a fiery entity that seemed to float between this world and another. Despite repeated attempts to chart its fiery topography, their efforts were consistently rebuffed by both sea and sky. Sailors, those intrepid mariners of old, bestowed upon Guguan the moniker of Fire Island, a name that captured the island's essence, a landscape contorted by molten rivers and tempestuous seas. Legends about Guguan transformed into tales of spirits and sentinels of flame and ash, guardians of secrets concealed deep within the earthen crust. These stories wove together with indigenous narratives, forming a tapestry of myth that persisted through centuries, invoking both awe and caution among those who dared to approach. Beneath the waves, the secrets of Guguan's volcanic nature festered, casting its enchanting spell on geologists and dreamers. The island is part of the long and ancient volcanic arc defining the Mariana Islands, a living reminder of the Earth's relentless churning. Helpless against nature's violent artistry, Guguan is the product of tectonic forces older than time itself, a testament to creation through fire and destruction. Recent studies have attempted to capture this volatile spirit, promising glimpses into this powerful play beneath the surface. The shifting form of Guguan was long a curse to those who sought to sketch its likeness on maps. It became an ephemeral isle, one that would flicker in and out of the pages of maps with each eruption and quake. Cartographers, undeterred, labored to pin its capricious soul onto parchment. The maps created were time capsules, snapshots of Guguan captured in moments of stillness, each etching not just a geography, but a fragment of history. Each chart brought the island closer, yet it remained ever distant, a symbol of the challenges inherent in taming the wild. For the indigenous peoples of the Mariana Islands, Guguan is more than a whisper or a legend. It is a living entity with which they share a vibrant connection. To them, Guguan is not merely an island, but an intimate companion, possessing secrets woven into the fabric of nature itself. Oral traditions carry the weight of moral reminders, where Guguan's fire both destroys and nurtures, an axis of balance between humanity and the immutable forces of the earth. Inhabitants tell a story of creation and destruction, Guguan standing as a guardian of ancient wisdom, an archive of knowledge veiled in smoke and flame. This rich perspective offers a deep resonance, a profound lens through which visitors perceive the broader meanings of their interactions with such extraordinary places. The indigenous insights fuse spiritual and temporal dimensions, exploring the boundaries of human understanding and challenging the limits of canonical knowledge. The island's volcanic nature is a crucible of creation. Each eruption speaks of a universe in motion, giving birth to land in a protracted symphony of ebb and flow. This ongoing elemental dance illuminates the heart of nature, illustrating a slow, transformative power. Volcanologists, drawn to Guguan, unearth the mechanisms behind these outpourings of the Earth's heart, each discovery a step closer to unraveling these cosmic mysteries. Despite its fiery threat, Guguan is a sanctuary teeming with life. Within its challenging embrace, flora and fauna thrive, their existence a testament to nature's incredible adaptability. Botanists and biologists find in Guguan a living laboratory, a field where resilience and ingenuity flourish against the odds. The island's ecosystems are a mosaic of defiance and cohesion, painting a vivid portrait of survival beyond the barriers of conventional existence. Amidst the raw power of Guguan, the island becomes a refuge for birds, their vibrant chorus resonating through the volcanic crest. Their presence highlights an intuitive equilibrium maintained between avian guests and Guguan's landscape. Ornithologists track the symbiotic relationships that define the island's ecological tapestry. These flocks, their songs intermingling with the echoes of eruptions, form an integral rhythm that narrates the miracle of life amidst tumult. Beneath the restless waves lies another world, where the sea vibrates with life's rich abundance. The waters surrounding Guguan provide a sanctuary for marine life, a refuge crafted by the contours of volcanic birth and decay. Marine biologists plunge into these depths, unveiling interactions that underscore the interconnectedness of life, above and below. The ocean, with its ancient wisdom, shields and supports Guguan, the two inseparable in their eternal dance. With the dawn of the 20th century emerged a renewed effort to frame Guguan within the lens of scientific inquiry. Explorers and scientists, wielding tools of modernity, embarked on expeditions to reveal the island's wonders. The late embrace of science offered a dual revelation, exposing Guguan as both a formidable monument of nature and a delicate microcosm. Findings painted Guguan as more than feared. Its savage beauty harbored resilience, a thriving testament to the cycles of nature's intricate design. But beyond its physical intrigue lies a spiritual allure that compels those who come near its touch. Guguan's unpredictable, fiery heart is more than geological spectacle. It is a spiritual crucible, an allegorical mirror reflecting the mysteries of creation and the divine rhythm that nourishes us. Here the earth speaks in languages of flame, reciting verses of the universe's tantalizing secrets. Volcanic landscapes such as Guguan's invite contemplation, demanding reverence for the powerful dance between seen and unseen forces. Storytelling plays its own essential role in shaping Guguan's legacy. The narratives that collate over Guguan's mystery stitch together the past and present into a skyscape of human experience. Through these stories, the island breathes along the pages of history, each retelling an opportunity to traverse the seam between myth and truth. It is through stories that we grasp smaller truths concerning the human condition and the magic of worlds beyond sight. In modern discourse, Guguan transforms into a call to action for conservationists who recognize the need to preserve its vibrant ecosystems. These efforts underscore a communal determination to safeguard Guguan's biodiversity, ensuring its legacy as a site of wonder and a repository of wisdom. Embracing sustainability reflects a heightened respect for the island's fabled resilience and highlights a universal responsibility to protect such sacred spaces. Timeless as the stars, Guguan is a weave of fire and water, where creation and dissolution entwine in perennial embrace. This natural dichotomy stimulates reflection and deeper awareness of the Earth's grand cycle of progress and decay. As boundaries blur between fire's fertile ground and water's ceaseless frame, Guguan echoes poignant reminders of the universe's delicate equilibrium. Guguan's rhythms invoke a serene reflection about our role in nature's orchestration, pondering the harmony we are called to maintain amid life's robust discord. Human encounters with Guguan paint an intimate, storied portrait of courage and exploration. Though the island often opposes habitation, its allure draws those who seek depth from beyond the comfort of certainty. These interactions underscore humankind's unyielding quest for models of understanding, facing nature's majesties, and etching humility across humanity's eternal quest for mastery. Guguan is a vault of exceptional species, each adapting uniquely to its demanding environment. These specialized beings enhance human knowledge of evolutionary processes, challenging ideas about species resilience in the harshest of settings. Biologists, through observation and study, gather insights into the ecological chronicles etched within the layer of life. The species endemic to Guguan forever enrich our journey toward understanding the grand and intricate weave of life. In contemporary dialogues on metaphysics, Guguan emerges as an emblem of transformation, reflecting eternal cycles of growth and change. It is a metaphor for life's unending potential to renew and reconstitute itself, emblematic of hope amid life's turbulence. The fires of Guguan symbolize sacrificial renewal, serving as a beacon for personal and collective transcendence. In the narrative of Guguan, we find inspiration to navigate life's trials, armed with curiosity and reverence for untrodden paths. Amid pursuit and mystery, navigators wrestle with Guguan's ethereal guise, storytelling its place among phantom myths. The endeavor to locate Guguan transcends mere exploration. It portrays the unending human struggle, grappling with the uncertain edges of the known and unknown. Technological advances deliver new ways to demystify Guguan, enabling a clearer vision to peel back its fiery veil. Modern tools render the mythologized tangible, marrying the ancient with digital precision. Through satellite, GPS, and imaging, the island's proportions come to light with newfound clarity. Technology gifts us with a bridge to Guguan's once intangible myths, deepening understanding, elevating the discourse between reality and imagination. Guguan's perpetually fleeting terrain reflects an ephemeral spirit, with landscapes that evaporate as abruptly as they emerge. Geologists delve into these shifting features to uncover the mechanics shaping our planet's exquisite volatility. Guguan, in its constant state of flux, mirrors a world perpetually renewing, reminding us of Earth's poetic transformations and the transitory nature of physical reality. For indigenous communities, Guguan is indelibly etched into their cultural and spiritual lineage. It is a potent reminder of the elementals that have ruled and shaped their world. Guguan transcends modern environmental discourse, positing a worldview that is integrative and harmonious. By embracing this perspective, humanity revitalizes our approach to environmental stewardship, creating synergy between scientific insight and nature's ancient knowledge. Scientific explorations unlock Gugwan's many secrets, paving the way for discoveries with implications spanning the globe. Positioned as a laboratory of primal forces, Gugwan offers invaluable insights into the world's many mysteries. Researchers study the island's volcanic temperaments and its ecological balance, seeking patterns to comprehend the planet's deeper behaviors. As the tale unfurls, Gugwan emerges as a microcosm of planet Earth's overarching volatility. Within this dynamic crucible, we find reflections of processes that define our globe, revealing stories written partly in stone and fundamentally accompanied by riffs of transformation. Earth itself, illustrated by rocks and fire, cycles as a pattern of relentless change, a reminder of nature's audacious choreography. Our sojourn through Gugwan, though marked by discoveries, leaves us with more questions than answers. The island's enigma remains timeless, a book whose burnt pages preserve an exquisite dialect of fire and myth. Thus concludes a journey through fire, water, and soul, a tale told through history's whispers and science's earnest inquiry. Yet, with each telling, Gugwan's spirit endures as a distant but steadfast flame. As explorers of the known and unseen, we leave the island with a renewed conviction to cherish and honor the secrets Gugwan inspires, enlightened by an enduring flame that beckons us toward adventure into the arcane. In the heart of the South Pacific, amidst a swirling tapestry of myth and memory, lies the tale of Twanaki, a whispered legend of an island now absent from our world, but vibrant within the stories of those who once dared to venture across vast oceanic realms. Twanaki, an island depicted in the oral traditions of Polynesian cultures, thrived as a lush paradise, a vibrant hub of life and community deeply intertwined with the eternal rhythms of the sea. This island, described with strokes of mystery and reverence, was thought to be in the company of other known islands, such as Rarotonga and Mangaya within the Cook Islands. Its existence, cloaked in the whispers of past mariners and village elders, resonates between the lines of history and fantasy. As much as Twanaki captures the imagination, it eludes the grip of those who seek to confine it to the pages of nautical charts, for no such records have ever called it home. The island remains a phantasm haunting dreams and stories passed through generations. It is in the rich and textured weave of Polynesian oral traditions that we first encounter Twanaki. These narratives, a sacred treasury of ancestral knowledge, offer glimpses into a world where islands were more than mere lands surrounded by water. They were entire universes teeming with life, spirituality, and mystery. The tales speak of Twanaki as a land of fertile grounds, where communities thrived in harmony with the elements, their lives guided by winds and stars, ocean currents and whispering spirits. Songs and chants echo the skills of adept navigators who mapped their courses across the infinite blue expanse by reading the celestial scripts written in the night sky. These navigators, both cartographers and poets, charted courses through the multiverse of their environment. A feat as spiritual as it was practical. They discovered new worlds, one island at a time, embedding their journeys into the cultural DNA, thus ensuring the memory of places like Twanaki would withstand the tides of time. Amidst this enigmatic landscape, the story of a solitary figure emerges. An unnamed chronicler, who claimed a passage to Tuanaki before its fateful vanishing. Some may view his account with skepticism, perceiving it as a suspect tale forged in the space between reality and dream. Yet within his reflections lies the resonant heart of Tuanaki, a living tapestry of community and culture, pulsating with the rhythm of surf and sky. He depicted a land and its people immersed in the artistry of survival, fishing, cultivating, crafting, and conducting rituals to honor their gods and ancestors. Could his account straddle the lines between truth and legend, a glimpse through the veil that separates the known from the unknown? The enigma of Tuanaki deepens with the puzzles posed by maps and cartographic records across time's expanse. An island here today, gone tomorrow, it occupies a realm both corporeal and ethereal. Cartographers of the past, grappling with limited knowledge and the whims of rumor, struggled to inscribe Tuanaki's coordinates upon their charts. Some maps bear its name, suggesting fleeting contact, while others leave Tuanaki in liminal twilight, a specter awaiting rigorous validation or quiet oblivion. The drama ensues between science and myth, as seismic shifts and changing sea levels offer both explanations and mysteries for Tuanaki's lack of permanent corporeal presence. Beyond the maps and tales, where ink and spirit meet, lies the captivating tableau of island life, reconstructed from the whispers of oral tradition and the musings of our lone chronicler. Community life on Tuanaki, as described, was a beautifully orchestrated choreography between people and nature, where kinship and cosmic elements shaped the dance of existence. Song and dance sang the seasons through their cycles, while artists carved their heritage into wood and stone, embedding it in the arc of time. Here, culture thrived, a vibrant echo resonating across the present's void, reminding us of the island's sacred vitality. The cataclysm that swept Tuanaki beneath the waves remains enshrouded in shadow, an unsolved puzzle whispered through hypotheses and the brushes of cautionary tales. Was Tuanaki claimed by the furies of a volcanic rage, swallowed whole by shifting tectonics or celestial tides? Or did the island drift into legend, a testimony to the vagaries of time's passage, as fragile as sand castles yet potent as myth? The mysteries of Tuanaki thrive amongst these speculations, inviting contemplation on the impermanence of land and life alike. Yet, necessity demands we look beyond the surface to the deeper philosophical questions posed by the disappearance of realms such as Tuanaki. Their tales spin through time and consciousness, igniting a dialogue of hope and humility before nature's vast canvas. Such stories encourage humanity to ponder its place within the cosmos's intricate design, reflecting on how history, memory, and myth overlap and intertwine. Even as physical evidence remains elusive, Tuanaki's legacy endures, echoing through dreams, conjuring artistic fantasies, and feeding the intellectual quests of those enamored with exploration. It persists within the broader discourse on lost civilizations, stimulating inquiries into human adaptability and the impulses that drive discovery. Tuanaki stands as a symbol of wonder and the search for the ultimate truths hidden in the folds of our world's complex weave. As we explore the Pacific's enigmatic waters, scientific insights blend with indigenous wisdom, each narrative lending weight to the other, revealing the varied phenomena that shape and reshape islands within the sea's formidable embrace. Beneath the ocean's surface lies a dynamic dance of creation and destruction, an interplay of energies that shape both lands and lives. The intersection of scientific understanding with spiritual insight informs our comprehension of the ocean's mysteries, a phrasing of creation that embraces empirical frameworks and poetic cosmology. Together, they honor the constant heartbeat of nature's perpetual state of becoming. In our quest to unravel Tuanaki's mystery, history and myth unravel intertwined strands that challenge conceptions of reality. The oral traditions speak to histories both real and imagined, creating a complex tapestry bridging the perceived divide. Their dilution into the factual waters of written history challenges and enriches them, demanding reinterpretation in a time of advancing knowledge and technological evolution. Modern explorers, driven by passion and curiosity, remain captivated by Tuanaki, thirsting for the truths nestled within its narrative. They embark on quests, both physical and intellectual, seeking to unearth the submerged footprints of this phantom island. Exploration thrives anew, propelled by technological advancements and the allure of the undiscovered. Satellites, sonar, and sensors extend the reach of questing explorers, seeking whispers in depths the eye cannot fathom. This enduring allure echoes the ancient art of wayfinding, a mastery born of star-lit waters and the innate capabilities of those from whom Tuanaki's story sprung. Charting at the precipice of the known, Polynesian navigators embody the elegance and efficacy of human exploration's spiritual art. Their capacity to discern the canvas of creation embedded in wave and wind propelled them to vast new frontiers. Through them, past myths and present pursuits align, perpetually entwining them with the essence of islands like Tuanaki. Ancient myths of other phantom islands, High Brazil, Thule, Antillia, echo Tuanaki's saga, sharing common themes of discovery and disappearance. Across cultures, these stories conjure landscapes imbued with the charm of mystery and unfound truths. Each legend resonates with the universal human desire to unravel the unknown, framing our understanding of perception and reality, how we measure and interpret the world around us. In this endeavor, the absence of tangible artifacts may obscure yet enrich Tuanaki's mythic quality, maintaining its story in a realm untouched by archaeology's evidence-laden hands. The imagination fills this void, where reality pauses. It speculates on what relics might reveal. Carved wood, speaking of story, shards holding songs of spirit. Such objects bridge gaps between past, present, and legend, offering an imagined symphony of what might lay beneath Tuanaki's waves. In art and literature, Tuanaki becomes a muse, inspiring scenes painted within storytelling's vast canvases. Through the lens of writers and artists, its mythological essence becomes poetry between pages, echoing their quest beyond boundaries to embrace the boundless. This cycle of creation and recreation, as tales breathe new life into the legend, secures Tuanaki's presence in collective consciousness. The narrative of Tuanaki reminds us of the enduring memory of culture, how the rhythm of life on a sister island reverberates across the vast landscape as a testament of continuity and shared heritage. These stories root within the Polynesian psyche, where tides perpetually touch upon the shores of tradition and community resilience. Thus, as we journey into Tuanaki's depths, a narrative that unfurls across time's vast ocean, we find ourselves captivated by the clockwork of creation, knitted into a social fabric colored by the hues of ancestral wisdom. This island, whether beneath the sea or existing as a specter of shared imagination, invites our wonder, our reverence, and our dreams. Here, amidst the endlessness of space and time, lies the allure and mystery of Tuanaki, the island that vanished yet persists, resonating through whispers of the Pacific firmament. In the vast, unending expanses of human history, our understanding of the world has been marked by lines and symbols drawn by fallible hands. Maps, those storied guides of land and sea, have long been vessels of mystery, woven with tales both real and imagined. In their creation, fact and fiction have danced together, summoning phantom islands from the depths of our collective psyche. These ethereal lands, inscribed in ink and legend, taunt the human spirit, whispering of realms that lie just beyond our grasp. And so we sail into this final chapter, drifting amidst stories that blur the line between what is known and what might yet be discovered, inviting us to ponder the mysteries buried beneath the sands of time. As we embark upon this journey, we find ourselves drawn to the legacy of phantom islands, those elusive, tantalizing shadows traced upon ancient maps. Often these islands existed only in the imaginations of cartographers, born from the unverified stories of seafarers who spoke of lands glimpsed through veils of sea mist. Yet, their allure has persisted through the ages, igniting the curiosity and wanderlust of explorers who have sought to anchor these ephemeral cartographic quirks within the realms of the tangible. They beckon us even now, reminding us of the enduring allure of discovery in an age that promises a linearity of thought, yet still harbors secrets unilluminated by the scrutiny of our technology. Amidst this tapestry of mythical lands, the phenomena of forgotten cartography emerge, casting light upon an era where maps served not only as guides through the known world, but also as invitations to the unknown. The anomalies present in these ancient charts reveal the complexities of the human endeavor, where natural shifts and misunderstandings of phenomena led to eternal enigmas inscribed upon parchment. Seas once mysterious and territories once uncrossed hold within them the echoes of those whose existence was woven into tales, whether by the accidents of nature or the aspirations of human imagination. In understanding these relics of misinterpretation, we must acknowledge the weaving of mythology upon maps, stories whispered through time, seamlessly integrated with the pursuit of exploration. From the voyages of Homer's Odysseus to the wanderings of castaways lost to history, mythological sea tales have colored the human imagination, shaping the manner in which our ancestors perceived the world. These legendary misrepresentations transformed mere topographies into beguiling landscapes, rife with wonder and danger, inviting seekers into uncharted waters where the ordinary unfolded into the extraordinary. The cartographers of antiquity, those architects of worlds both distant and unfathomable, were as much storytellers as they were mappers of continents. Their maps were not only practical tools, but also artistic renderings that transcended the mundane, channeling the musings of explorers and the myths they carried. These visionaries, through lines traced upon pages, infused our understanding of the world with tales of enchantment and promise, beckoning dreamers and wanderers to chase visions of lands beyond the horizon's veil. Yet, behind these artistic endeavors lies a history of technological limitations, where the devices meant to guide explorers often added specters to the maps. Instruments like the compass and sextant, bound by the whims of the elements, sometimes marked coordinates where none existed, giving rise to islands that were merely shadows born of navigational fallibility. These tools, though primitive by today's standards, stand as relics of human ambition, reminders of the yearning to chart the uncertain and the courage needed to embrace the vastness of the unknown. The embrace of illusion in seafaring trials is as ancient as the seas themselves. Sailors, spun into narratives of sublime exploration, found themselves captivated by illusions, chasing lands promised by predecessors whose tales wove dreams of abundance and mirage. Such voyages reflect not only the daring of those who embarked upon them, but also the deep-seated human drive to carve pathways into regions unmapped and unimagined. As our narrative unfolds, it leads us through the evolution from Phantom Isle to trusted chart, tracing the arc from artistic interpretation to empirical fact. While advances in cartographic accuracy have resolved many mysteries, the fascination with these partial truths remains unquenchable. The transformation of speculative outlines into comprehensive geographies imbues our journey with perpetual intrigue, encouraging the questioning of established borders and the pursuit of yet undiscovered realms. Amidst this ongoing transformation stands the triumph of technology. Satellites and digital imaging shine light upon corners of the Earth, once thought forever cloaked in enigma. Yet, even in this flood of information, the enchantment of ancient stories lingers, suggesting that the spirit of exploration thrives not only in unmarked territory, but also in the spaces where myth and fact interlace. Our restless curiosity propels us ever onward, fueled by both precision and the timeless allure of discovery. As we continue, we find that cartography is not merely an exercise in navigation, but a reflection of the human subconscious, mapping our hopes, dreams, and fears upon the canvas of the Earth. These maps capture the spectrum of human emotions, showing how aspirations ripple beneath the surface of our pursuits. Phantom islands, imbued with the echoes of exploration gone unfulfilled, speak to a deeper longing within us, a yearning to uncover not just geographical truths, but also the deeper truths of the soul. In the shadows of these maps, forgotten shores beckon, their stories lost to time's relentless passage. Yet they linger in the collective memory, weaving a tapestry that draws upon humanity's ceaseless quest for discovery. Here, remnants of old worlds and new meet, uniting stories of the daring souls who traversed these hidden realms with the wisdom of those who now explore cyberspace. These tales of oceans untraveled and coasts unseen remain as vibrant refrains within the symphonic story of humanity, linking past endeavors to future quests. Traditions of navigation, steeped in myth as much as fact, underscore these journeys. The voyages first embarked upon by those who dared to set sail into the fog-bound unknown connect directly to modern navigators who chart their courses toward new horizons, armed with technology yet ever aware of the ancient stories that define our seafaring spirit. The echoes of the ancients resonate anew, guiding us along paths shaped by both innovation and the stories of times long past. The intricate intersection of history and myth is where truth and legend intertwine in a dance that shapes our understanding of the world. As maps fill with the shadows of mythical lands, we are inspired to reflect anew on these timeless narratives, pondering whether the spirit of myth is indeed the underpinning of truth. In recognizing this interweaving, we honor these tales not as mere curiosities of the past, but as guides leading us toward an unsettled future where the lines between reality and imagination blur. And so, having navigated these waters of mystery and enchantment, we find ourselves at a junction where history, myth, and the possibilities of the unseen converge. In seeking to map these intangible shores, we invite the intrigue of secrets yet to be told, inviting reverence and curiosity in equal measure. Our journey through this chapter closes with the understanding that, while the world may seem known, its depths are still yet to be fully plumbed, still teeming with tales waiting to be unveiled. The maps now in our hands are but guides to deeper exploration, leading us beyond the mirrored horizon into the unfathomable, a reminder that within each direction new chapters of discovery await.